you saw, what you heard, what you experienced when you did go outside and walk the streets during the protest?
Well, it was the middle of winter, so really the first thing you noticed when you stepped outside was all of the snow, because services were unable to be rendered due to the occupation that was going on. And further to that, the snow was often colored yellow or brown due to the public urination and defecation that took place gratuitously, often along the side of my building and just quite literally anywhere you walked, on every corner. And on these intersections, oftentimes there were illegal bonfires and just trash burning right next to, cans of fuel, or near the same areas where these individuals would later set off fireworks. And I just remember feeling like it was such a surreal sight. It almost felt like you were in something like The Purge, because though I didn't often see direct acts of violence, there was a certain chaos on the streets, and that feeling of chaos and rule breaking and law breaking gradually increased as things progressed. I need a moment. Just sort of on my daily walks, going to the gym, getting groceries, running errands. I often encountered individuals that were associated with the occupation, and being, I'm a small Asian woman. I wore a mask most of the time due to the situation that was going on. It was, like I said, it made you a target, because it signaled to the people on our streets that we were not supportive of their cause and that we were not one of them. And in turn, as I mentioned before, they would increase their honking and target their honking and shout at us, shout at me about how they were doing things for us and that they were fighting for our freedoms, when at the same time I was unable to walk the streets feeling safe, really, because it didn't feel safe. My guard was up all the time, and you had to watch every detail so carefully, because these people would just approach me out of nowhere, and you really didn't know what they were going to do to you. And especially after I took action as an individual, it became different being a person walking on the streets. But I was never deterred from going outside. There was only one moment where I was very, very afraid after my identity and name had been made public, and I had really covered myself up completely so that I was completely unrecognizable, to the point where my neighbors saw this and were very confused when I said hello to them. But after that, I think I realized there was almost a protection in the notoriety that I'd gained, and I don't know, I felt like it was almost safer for me to walk the streets than the people that I lived around, because of my position in the whole situation. But that being said, when it comes to my day-to-day life, I'm a really friendly person. I know all of my neighbors. Well, I can't say all of them, but I know a good few of them. And one of my daily joys is chit-chatting with them in the elevator and seeing them on the street and saying hello. And what was truly, truly terrible about this time was seeing how people I knew were being affected, and knowing that for every one person that I knew that was going through a difficult time because of what was going on, there were 20 other people that I didn't know that were going through the same thing. I knew people that were being pushed out of their homes because they were literally having mental breakdowns because of the stress and the noise and just the terror they felt from the situation. And I don't think anyone or anything can discount those real feelings that people experienced and people had. And because of the action I took. I had encouraged a lot of my friends and neighbors to reach out to me and tell me their stories, because it was so important for people to know that this was a serious thing that was going on, that people were being really terribly affected by it. One of my neighbors, she had just had a newborn baby. Her name's Hazel. She was maybe 6 months old at this time. But I remember, like, I've watched Hazel. She's a really sweet baby, but my friend, she had told me that the noise was so terrible, but that sometimes just to get her to sleep, she had to take the baby out into the hallway as far as from the windows as possible, and bounce her in the hallways to try and get her to sleep before bringing her back into the apartment, where there was just the unrelenting horns. And other neighbors who told me for just a good 2-3 hours of nap, whatever they could get, they would go down to the parking lot and sleep in their car because it was the only place that they could escape to. And for me, second to the hallway, my bathroom was a little quieter, so I got some peace there as well.
So would you say that you felt unsafe walking the streets?
I didn't feel safe, but it's hard to describe it as unsafe at the same time, because I was actively being so cognizant of my surroundings. And I'm fast. I can move very fast. So, I was always ready to, take myself out of a situation where something might happen. And you know what, like a lot of the times when they're bouncing their trucks and their cars, and I don't know how to describe it other than like roaring at us, like roaring at me with like these large giant vehicles. It's the idea was to move quick and get where you needed to go. And that was the intention. And that's what you really had to do, I think, to stay safe. Because when you didn't take your time, they would always get to you, like maybe not in the sense that you're thinking, but they would try and come up to you and convince you that they were doing the right thing. And they would say to me, on more than one occasion, I would try and plead with them because, there's a certain desperation in being left in the kind of situation where the people that are supposed to help you weren't helping you. And it was just ongoing for really it was going to be an unknown period of time, because really every day I woke up and I hoped that it was over, and it never was. Sorry, I lost my train of thought a little there.
That's okay. Ms. Delaronde, would you say that you felt unsafe walking the streets?
Yes, for two reasons. One, of course, the inability to negotiate those streets safely because of lack of assisted, lack of sound was the big thing. Also, being very concerned about what was underfoot, because there was debris on the streets and it was winter and icy and slippery. So, and then always vigilant that someone was going to approach. On an occasion, there was a person who kept jumping in front of me. I was with someone else. I could only go out if someone came with me. And this person kept jumping in front and didn't allow me to pass. So when he was confronted, finally it stopped, but then sent messages, well, I love you anyway, they said. So that was a bit intimidating. And so in that way, I didn't feel safe for those two reasons. I didn't have all the faculties I normally use. And secondly, that someone was going to approach me, and either I was going to be accidentally hurt, or or my big worry is that I would bump into and hurt them too. So always vigilant and concerned. Does that mean I was feeling safe? No, I wasn't. I just thought if I didn't have to be out, I would not go out.
And Ms. Delaronde, was there anything else that you experienced that you would consider to be a threat to health or safety?
the Sunday after the vehicles came in and occupied so close to where I live, the relentless noise was just so unbearable, and I was so exhausted from it. And I called and begged a friend, could you just please, I know you have to walk in and get me out. Can you? Excuse me, can you just please come and get me out? And she did. And 2 days later, we both had COVID. So there were so many people on the street rushing toward us saying, we don't have to wear those masks. There's just people around. Did I get it from them? I don't know, but it meant that I was completely stuck. I couldn't leave my home. I couldn't ask anybody to come and help. I couldn't go and stay with somebody else. I couldn't do anything. I had to be there to isolate for at least those 10 days. So once again, there was no place to go, no place to hide. It just went on and on.
And Ms. Lee, what actions, if any, did you take because of your disruptions to your daily life?
Well, the first action I took was really what I consider to be, it was really important to me, I think, because of the nature of the occupation and what was going around in the media and the news. I thought it was really important for me to walk the streets and experience things firsthand. So I did that almost every day, and I took pictures and I took videos, and I remembered what I saw. And I spoke with people. I spoke with the people that were living on our streets illegally. I spoke with the people that were stationed on intersections to protect us. And
sorry, do you mean the police?
yes, the police. And that was really the first action I took, just having my own account of things and really living through it myself. And like I said before, I really genuinely love Ottawa. I love my neighbors, and they mean a lot to me, even if they are somewhat strangers in a sense. And because of this closeness I heard a lot of their stories, and more so, I heard a lot of their frustrations. And as egg throwing began to occur from my building, I felt that, we really needed a medium to at least express what was happening to us so that we could feel at the very least heard and maybe diffuse some of the tensions.
Can you describe what you mean by the egg throwing?
Well, there were very large trucks parked everywhere. And in some of these instances, they were parked right next to some high-rise condo buildings. And as a result, some people may have gotten some cartons of eggs and, had their little retaliation in frustration, because really, what else could they do? And when that incident occurred, I remember the police actually came to my building to inquire about the egg throwing, as a complaint had been made by the truckers. And I remember that I felt it as an affront, and that a lot of my neighbors felt it as an affront as well when they were investigating something like this in the light of everything that was happening to us and what they were really ignoring in a lot of their statements and releases to the public. And as a result, I decided to organize a meeting with a number of residents in my building, with some Ottawa Police community liaison officers, just so we could have a recorded account of what our experiences were, and really to, again, diffuse the tension and really concretely say, what's happening here. We are telling you this is our experience, and we really desperately need help, because things have gone on too long, and the residents, honestly, they had wanted to fight back because they felt that nobody else was doing anything for them.
And what was the result of that meeting?
Following that meeting, maybe 20 of my neighbors showed up, and more had sent their stories through messages or otherwise through me. And we had communicated everything to the officers so that, again, it was recorded, and, all of us were there to attest to the fact that this happened, and they know what's going on, because we felt really and truly abandoned at that point in time. And after that, I ended up becoming the lead plaintiff in the class action, which brought my name and person to more public attention.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a little bit. I just wanted to get a sense for the honking. You both mentioned the sound of the honking. Do you have a sense for when it was? Was it all the time? Was it louder during the day? Was it just as loud at night? Can you give us a sense of that, Ms. Lee, and then Ms. De La Ronde after?
Sometimes it's hard because that whole month essentially feels like a bit of a blur sometimes, but I do remember when it started on Friday night, it felt like in my memory that it never stopped, really.
So would that be Friday, the 27th of January?
Yes, that's when they began to roll in. And I remember when that happened, my feeling was that this is going to be a doozy, bad things are coming. It was like from day to night, even if it wasn't for every second, it was at least every other minute.
Okay, thank you. Ms. De La Ronde, do you have a sense for when the honking was louder? Was it constant 24 hours a day? Was it less at night? Was it the same?
When the trucks and other vehicles came into my area on the Friday evening, it was very loud. And on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I could sense the excitement and the electricity in the air. And at the beginning, I thought, I am so happy to be in a country where there's freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom to assemble. And that sentiment started to crumble as the loudness was all night and all that weekend. That's why I begged my friend, can you just come and take me out for a short time even, so I don't have to hear this? And the sounds continued constantly until at night, and they may have been somewhat diminished because were crescendos all during the day and toward the evening in particular, and then all night. When the injunction was put in place, then it abated a bit between 11 o'clock at night, and then 7 o'clock, I could hear activity out on the street. I could hear a huge megaphone starting to advise, it seemed to me, a rolling thunder of horn blowing starting at 7:30 in the morning, and then the loud music, which you could hear every word of the music the songs that were being sung. So your question in terms of how loud it was, how continuous it was continuous. There was an abatement of horn blowing in such a crescendo between those hours, 11 at night and 7 in the morning. But the idling continued under my window, just with these huge vehicles, the sound of the idling echoing down in the canyon of our buildings all night. So there was no respite from an assault on hearing. I tried to wear earplugs, but they kept falling out. And then I worried if I wore an earplug, I wouldn't be able to hear the smoke alarm. I wouldn't be able to hear if somebody was pounding on my door to evacuate because there was a fire or an explosion outside our door. So I was caught in between. And of course, I slept with a mask on because trying to abate the smell of the diesel and the other smells that were coming up in through the vents.
So I want to show a map now that's been produced at Exhibit D of the affidavit sworn by Aaron Bernard. And he's the managing director of spatial media. And for the party's benefit, it's at document COM 50736, if you want to look at that. So this was based on, this map was created based on, yeah, you can click on that, based on data that was collected through the 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of the convoy. And what we see here is just a standard traffic noise in Ottawa during the day. And this is just based on known decibel readings throughout the area. And the decibel readings were collected at different points in downtown Ottawa, and this is a visualization of that data that was collected. So if we go to week one daytime, thank you. So this is what it shows on this map based on decibel readings collected on the ground in different locations through the first week of the convoy. And if we just zoom into, it's a bit of a heat map, so the darker the color, the louder the decibels. And if you can just zoom in a little bit more. Okay, that's good. And so you had said, Ms. Delarond, that you live on Laurier. Can you tell us approximately a close intersection that you would be by, just so we can locate that on the map?
Yes, close would be Laurier and Kent.
Laurier and Kent?
Yes.
Okay, so if we can just zoom in on Laurier and Kent. You just have to zoom in a bit there. Yeah. Yeah, just move over to the left. Yep. So we got Lyon, we got Kent, and that's Laurier. Where's Laurier? Right there. Okay, yeah. So Laurier and Kent, we see between 90 decibels, and if you go up about 100, so between 90 and 100. Okay, and it says similar to a lawnmower. Does that accord with your recollection of the sound? It says as loud as similar to a lawnmower.
For myself,
Yes.
it was beyond the lawnmower.
Okay, so you would say it was louder in your experience?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Lee, an intersection that you are near, so we can kind of locate you on the map.
The intersection I live near would be Laurier Avenue West and Bank Street.
Laurier and Bank, okay, so just over to the right a little bit on the mouse, yeah, right there. That's the corner. Okay, so again, similar 100 to 110 decibels, similar to a lawnmower. Does that accord with your kind of recollection of what it was like?
Yes, however, I would like to note that there were points in time where, like Ms. Delarond said, there were crescendos, and during those crescendos in particular, there was a roving train horn attached to a truck. And when that truck was in our area, I would express that it was much louder and much more disruptive than the lawnmower.
Okay, and we're going to hear one of the recordings. If we go down to the blue there, you can see some of the recordings that were taken. So that one is at 100 as well in that zone. So it's similar to the area that you were in terms of the decibel readings. And we're just going to play it so that everyone here can experience a little bit of what you experienced. Does that accord with your recollection of the sounds when you were either in your building or walking outside? Ms. Delarond?
Yes, that does accord with the sounds that were always present in my building, in my unit, except there's some sounds there not there that were even louder and more unnerving. When you hear this and it's 24 hours, it is just, it's damaging. It's damaging to the nerves. It's damaging to my health and well-being. So it's shocking. So it does accord, but there was more. There were times when it was more than this.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Lee?
I would agree with that. I would note that many of the trucks in my vicinity had what we would describe as aftermarket horns, where the horns attached to the vehicle were much, much louder than a standard vehicle would have. And several of these trucks were idled very close to where I lived and resulted in a much more deafening sound.
Okay. And Ms. Lee, you had indicated that you took videos and photos when you walked around. I just want to take you to some of those photos if we can.
Yep.
It's COM 50713. And maybe you can just, when it comes up, describe to us what we're seeing here and when it was taken and why you took the photo. It's ending in 713. Okay, yeah, let's see the whole, yeah, there we go.
So this photo was taken on the corner of Kent and Laurier. I took the photo because I thought that the removing of the tires was a very clear message from the occupiers that they were here to stay. Now, this vehicle in particular was removed sometime later, but I believe this was near the beginning of the occupation, perhaps around February 3rd.
Okay, thank you. And then the next photo is ending in 728, so COM 50728. Okay, and do you recall when this photo was taken and what we're seeing here?
I don't remember the exact date. It was either February 17th or 18th, if I'm not mistaken. This morning, this was after the injunction date, the occupiers on Kent Street, it was a very strong encampment, I would describe it as, and they were very much rooted in their position. During the injunction period, there was I believe this was like a Friday or Saturday morning, but they had collectively blown their horns at about 6:59 a.m. And obviously it awoke myself and many other residents in the area. And at this point, we had been, 20 days into the occupation. And I, for one, was desperate, not quite defeated, but also very angry. And I think at that point, the desperation was enough where I stood on the corner of Laurier and Kent. I left my home at about 7:30, and I stayed there for about 30 minutes to an hour just waiting for them to blow their horns because I was frustrated and I wanted there to be evidence, firsthand evidence of them defying the injunction order, them breaking the laws they were breaking. And I wanted to know for myself who exactly was there so that nobody could say otherwise. And I decided to take photos of the vehicles that were there, collect their information. And that was something that made them very upset, as really it was an open act of defiance.
And is this truck parked on the sidewalk? Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and was that common for trucks to be up parked on the sidewalks?
At this time it was. I also on numerous occasions witnessed trucks driving along the sidewalks as well.
Okay, and I see we are running out of time. So perhaps I will then invite parties to ask you additional questions. Thank you very much. Oh, before we go, is there anything else that you would like to tell the commission? I do want to give you an opportunity if there's anything else we haven't discussed that you would like to discuss.
I would like to quickly note that in this image, the vehicle next to the white truck, the red truck, on this same day, due to my taking pictures, the man in the red truck was inside of his vehicle and he actually had backed his vehicle into me. I moved out of the way, but I presume it was for taking pictures of his license plate and what was in his vehicle. I also captured video of as I approached the vehicle after he had sort of backed into me. I didn't want him to be able to claim that it wasn't him in the vehicle, so I captured the driver in the video as well. And while I did so, he aggressively opened his door at me in the car. And at that point, all of the trucks in the area began blaring their horns at me. And there was another individual who had exited his vehicle and decided to start shouting at me, giving me the finger, and say that that the man in the truck hadn't done anything after I had called the police. He was yelling in the streets that the truck hadn't moved in over an hour, which I had direct video evidence proving that it was not true. So it just really showed to me personally that these people were willing to do anything and say anything to help each other get away with anything.
And Ms. De La Ronde, is there anything we haven't covered that you would like to say?
You know, I think you've done a very good job. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I now invite the parties to ask you some questions.
Okay, now for cross-examination, have the parties agreed on an order for the cross-examination? Seeing no response, I will simply call on the parties to cross-examine in accordance with the time that has been allocated. So I think the first cross-examination is to be carried out by the convoy organizers. So who's going to be doing this? Okay, so Mr. Miller, you're on. You have 20 minutes if you need it, and given that Commission Council has gone a bit over time, I even give you a little bit of leeway, but not very much.
So good morning. Ms. Lee, I'd like to start with you if that's okay. So Ms. Lee, I understand you're 21 years of age, is that correct?
I'm now 22.
Now 22. And at the time of the events in question, being January and February of this year, you were 21.
Correct.
All right. And you said already you're a public servant. You work for the Government of Canada?
Yes, that's correct.
And you worked for the Government of Canada during the protest period. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what do you do for your employment for the Government of Canada?
I'm a data analyst.
And with which ministry or department are you with?
Objection. What's the relevance to this line of question, Commissioner?
I'm not sure it's relevant or not, but it seems to me that it's not unreasonable.
Well, I personally don't feel there's, the actions I took was in my capacity as an individual citizen of Ottawa and not related to my work or any other activities.
Right, I understand that, but what department were you with and what were you doing for work for the Government of Canada at the time?
I was a data analyst with Shared Services Canada.
Shared Services Canada?
Correct.
Okay. And what ministry does that come under?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I understand that you know Ottawa City Councillor Catherine McKenney, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I also understand that you know NDP member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa Centre, Joel Harden, is that correct?
Correct.
And from some public articles, I also understand that you were introduced to lawyer Mr. Paul Champ sometime between January 28th, 2022 and February 4th, 2022. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the dates, please?
January 28th, 2022 and February 4th, 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what date were you introduced to Mr. Champ?
I believe it was a Friday, so whichever date that Friday fell on.
Okay. And so someone introduced you to Mr. Champ, correct?
Mr. Champ had reached out to me.
Okay. And is it not true that it was Ottawa City Councillor Catherine McKenney who put you in touch with Mr. Champ?
That is untrue.
Okay. And I understand that you were the recent co-chair of the 2002 Leaders Summit for Action Chinese Canadians Together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that summit, I understand you gave a video statement about how you became who you are today. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And it focused on the protest in Ottawa and becoming the lead plaintiff in the class action that you filed. Is that right?
correct.
And there you describe becoming the lead plaintiff in the class action as a fateful and surreal story. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said there you had the opportunity to make a difference, right?
Correct.
And you said that the lawyers needed a plaintiff,
Correct.
right? And so you were asked to be the lead plaintiff. Is that fair?
Correct.
Right. And was there any other else other than Mr. Champ who was asking you to be the lead plaintiff?
Emily Tamman, who works with Paul Champ.
All right. And so Mr. Champ reached out to you randomly. How did Mr. Champ get in touch with you?
It was as a result of the meeting I had organized with the Ottawa Police. One of my fellow residents and neighbor was a lawyer who was aware of the action being taken.
Okay. And so I just want to take you back as well to that speech you gave with the Leaders Summit for Action for Chinese Canadians Together. Just let me know if this is correct, what you said. This is how you described the protest. It was insane. It was the strangest Twilight Zone purge scenario where people weren't quite purging, but the opportunity was there because there was just no laws being enforced. So it was this crazy, crazy thing with hot tubs, with right-wing extremists, and then right-wing moderates as well. And then your confused average grandmother saying, oh, isn't this really a great time? I wonder what the air raid sirens are for. Those are your statements, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when you say purge scenario, for the folks at home, as well as anybody here, I take it you're referring to the film series, The Purge, right?
Yes, just in reference to the lack of laws that were in place.
Right. And it was your belief that the protest provided a purge opportunity. Is that fair?
I would not say that the protest or occupation provided a purge opportunity, but what I witnessed on the streets day to day was very reminiscent of that kind of lawless world where open fires were being held, laws were being broken in front of police officers who were not doing anything to combat them, and just a general sense and lack of disregard for public areas and really the people that lived there.
Okay. But again, you said earlier and you admitted that you stated it was the strangest Twilight Zone purge scenario where people weren't quite purging, but the opportunity was there, correct?
Yes,
Right. So you believe that the opportunity was there for a purge type scenario. Is that right?
I believe the opportunity was there, and it was an environment where these people who had been illegally occupying our streets felt that they had I don't know if this is the right word, they had the ability to do anything they wanted as they were not privy to the regulations that the rest of us members of society were. And I came to this conclusion through my witnessing of these crimes being committed, because really they were crimes. And even speaking with these individuals directly who had informed me that they were not going to face any consequences because they were protected.
Okay. So in the movie The Purge, you agree that it's about that for one day in the United States called The Purge, that there are no laws enforced and the population can commit murder, which is the purge. Is that right?
That is correct, but I was not referencing the entirety of the purge. It was a purge-like scenario where laws were not enforced specifically.
And a purge opportunity was available.
Yes, because laws were not being enforced.
Right. So people could potentially commit murder. That was your concern.
I did not make that statement.
All right. And you then, I understand from your evidence that you've provided to the commission prior, from your statement, I understand that you started to hear honking on Friday, January 28th, right? Or January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
All right. And when you provided the statement to the commission, did you provide it yourself?
Yes.
They interviewed you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that you obtained the injunction on February 5th, 2022.
I think it's February 4th.
February 4th, 2022, you obtained the injunction to stop the honking. Is that right?
Pardon me, the 7th, pardon me, February 7th.
Well,
The
there was-
injunction was obtained and approved by the court on the 7th.
Well, I understand there was an interim injunction approved for first 2 days, then on the 7th it was approved. Is that the correct facts or would?
No, that is not correct. 2 days prior to the injunction being put in place, there was a deferral of the trial to that date where the injunction was eventually approved.
Trial. You said trial. I just want to clarify for the record. There was no trial. It was an application, correct?
Application, sorry, I'm not well versed in law. I'm not a law student.
I understand. And then after you obtained the injunction, I understand that things got a little bit better, right?
For a brief period, shortly after the injunction, there was a clear silence from the noise that was previously constant. Shortly thereafter, there was a gradual ramp up in the honking again, but however, it was more strategic and intermittent than it was previously, whereas it was constant.
Okay. And so you said you gave your statement to the commission before you testified here today, right?
Yes,
And when you gave your statement, you knew you had to be truthful.
yes,
And when you gave that statement, of course, you wanted to include all important observations and interactions that you had with the protesters. Is that right?
I just want to clarify the statement being in reference, is that?
Sorry, I should clarify. She gave anticipated statement. So it's a statement of anticipated evidence, not a witness statement. So it's not attributable to her. It's attributable to the commission. And that is different from a witness statement, which is attributable to the witness.
Right.
So I just want to clarify that.
Sure. And so when you provided the commission your statement, I take it that you would have told them all the important information that you wanted them to know?
As far as I was aware, yes, to the best of my ability.
Right. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner. I do want to interject here. Our rules provide that there can be no examination on a statement of anticipated evidence without leave. And I think leave needs to be sought if there's going to be questions about that.
okay, I won't put the statement to her. I'll move on. I understand that you noticed the honking generally stop after the injunction was granted, though some trucks still honked intermittently for short periods of time. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And so that's what happened after the injunction. Is that correct?
To the best of my recollection, correct. That was the immediate aftermath.
All right. Now, between January 28th and February 5th, 2022, did you attend your employment at the Government of Canada?
I was working from home, though I struggled to maintain productivity due to the disturbances that were taking place.
Right. And at the Government of Canada, I take it that you are on salary. Is that fair?
That is correct.
So between January 28th, 2022 and February 5th, 2022, you did not lose any income. Is that fair?
That would be correct. There was a leave code that was applied for government employees that were affected by the situation.
Okay. But prior to the situation as well, you were working from home. Wasn't that also under the general COVID policy for all Government of Canada employees?
Could you clarify the question, please?
So weren't you working from home prior to January 28th, 2022 anyway?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you working from home from?
I had started a new position on January 10th with Shared Services Canada. Prior to that, I was employed working from home with another agency.
Okay. And what agency were you employed with before?
I was employed with the Canada Revenue Agency.
Okay, Canada Revenue Agency. And so from January 28th, 2022 and before, you were already working at home?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And moving on from sort of your background with working from home, I understand that you had the interactions with the protesters and you confronted them on Kent Street. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And when you confronted those protesters, do you remember saying to them, which was recorded, go back to where the fuck you were from?
I may have said that.
Okay. And I take it that you never saw any of the, or never said to the commission or saw any protesters or truckers physically harm anyone. Is that right?
There was only the, I would describe it as intimidation with a truck.
Okay. And you never said to the commission and nothing in that regard with respect to seeing protesters or truckers threatening to physically harm anyone either, did you?
I did not make that statement.
All right. And you didn't say to the commission or see anything in your observations that could be classified as espionage or sabotage?
I'm sorry?
You didn't see anything that could be classified as espionage or sabotage?
No.
Thank you. And you didn't say to the commission or observe any of the protesters or truckers destroy or light a fire any buildings or anything like that?
Not inside of any buildings, no, just outside.
Outside. So you're saying that they were destroying the outside of buildings? Is
I
that
did
right?
not say that. I said they were lighting fires outside of buildings, as in the bonfires that were all over the city.
Right, but they weren't trying to knock down any form of buildings or property or anything like that.
I can't comment to their intentions.
Well, I understand their intentions, but I submit you didn't see them do anything like that.
Nope, I just saw the fires, open fires.
Great, and you didn't see them try to destroy any other trucks or vehicles or light them afire or anything?
I did not.
Thank you. And so I just want to talk to you a little bit about that class action as well. So you became the lead plaintiff on February 4th when it was filed, correct?
Correct?
All right. And as of today, I understand there are only 3 other additional plaintiffs to that action. Is that right?
Correct?
And the first one is Happy Goat Coffee Company. Is that correct?
Correct?
And Happy Goat Coffee Company is a chain of coffee shops that has 3 coffee shops in the downtown area. Is that fair?
As far as I know, correct?
Thank you. And the second plaintiff is that got added is a numbered company, but it operates as Union Local 613. And I understand that's a restaurant and bar on Somerset Street. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And the third plaintiff is a fellow by the name of Jeffrey Devani. Is that right?
Correct?
And he's a bartender and server at a restaurant in Byward Market.
My understanding is that he was employed in the Byward Market.
Okay. And that he doesn't live in downtown Ottawa, though.
Yes.
Okay. And so after you got the injunction on February 5th, I understand that both yourself and Mr. Champ began to offer the protesters and truckers an agreement that they could sign to be released from your class action if they agreed to leave. Do you remember that?
I would like to clarify that the injunction was granted on the 7th.
Okay, but on the beginning of the 5th as well, as I understand, you began to offer this release to the protesters and truckers. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And so who was it that you had going out, handing out copies of this release to the truckers? Do you remember?
I am not aware of that information.
Okay. Did you know that Councillor McKenney was handing them out for you?
Now I do.
Okay. And now you do for me telling you, or did you know before this?
Well, it was a lot of events, and I think it was mentioned that McKenney was out doing this. However, I was not directly involved other than agreeing to offer this agreement.
Okay. And I understand also that you know the NDP member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa, Senator Joel Harden. Do you know him?
Yes.
Right. And he was contacting people and organizing events to raise money for your lawsuit. Do you remember that?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And was it not the Ottawa City Councillor, Catherine McKenney, an NDP member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa, Senator Joel Harden, who supported you and put you forward for that claim? Is that not correct?
That is not correct. I've stated that that was not true previously as well.
Right. And so I just want to bring you to sort of another statement that you had said when you were at the Leaders Summit for Action for Chinese Canadians.
I would also like to clarify that the Leaders Summit has not occurred.
Right, but you gave a video.
Yes, correct.
Right. So can you agree with me that you stated the following? It came about that the lawyers needed a lead plaintiff to stand up and speak about what was going on and really try to make a difference because we weren't seeing any change in our community, which was not acceptable for anybody. But being a Chinese Canadian, it is a bit of an odd role to play because it's not something that is really necessarily supported or common within our culture. But I really saw the need for anybody to stand up and speak for the people and help us out of the situation we were in. And the stars really aligned, and here I am.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you. Those are my questions for you, Ms. Lee. And then I just have a few for Ms. Lalonde.
Before you continue, would it be all right to clarify my relationship with Joel Harden and Catherine McKenney? No? Okay.
Judge, if His Honor would like, that's fine.
There'll be a brief opportunity to re-examine at the end, so.
So, Ms. Lalonde, good morning.
Good morning.
So, Ms. Lalonde, I understand just from your background, and I'm not trying to poke or anything of that, but I understand you were born around 1947 in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan. Is that correct?
I was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, but grew up in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, and you've asked women their ages, so
I won't, I'm not going to. I promise not to do that.
they can do the math.
Yes, all right. And I don't want to get into too much with your disability, and I'm very sorry for the struggles that you've had, particularly during the convoy and protest. But I understand that about 1961 is when you began to lose your sight. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And despite that, you thrived. You obtained a bachelor degree in psychology from the University of Saskatchewan in 1974.
that's right, yes.
Right. And you completed your law degree at the University of Saskatchewan in 1984?
1983.
83.
Mhm.
And thereafter, you completed your Master's of Laws at the London School of Economics. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And how many jurisdictions are you a member of the bar and or a member of the solicitors group?
I was a member in good standing with the Ontario Bar and the New York Bar. But recently I resigned my membership from the Ontario Bar.
Okay.
I'm still active as a a retired member of the New York Bar, but I'm still licensed.
Right. And I understand that after becoming a member of the bar, you began to work for the government of Canada. Is that correct?
Yes,
Right. And you spent 10 years with the Department of Indian and Northern Affairs, Canada. Is that correct?
it was more like 25 years. Just let me recorrect that. It was from 1990, September 1990 to April 2011.
Okay. And then you were also with the Department of Veteran Affairs, Canada. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And around that, in the 80s, you also incorporated a company called De La Ronde International Inc. Is that right?
that's correct.
And that company, it's still in operation?
Yes,
And is that company not a federal government contractor?
no,
No, but it does do government contracts and assists with, I believe, a lot of First Nations work. Is that right?
it could, yes.
And you worked as a lawyer for the government of Canada. Is that right?
No, I was working on the policy side of the picture. I was not a justice lawyer with the government of Canada. I was an executive.
Okay. And I don't know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Can you mind telling the folks what brought about your participation in this commission?
I had a phone call from the commission, from commission solicitor, asking my permission to, first of all, have a conversation about my experience, and then asking my permission if my name could be put forward as a potential witness in this commission.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions for both of you, and have a good morning.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. So the next, I will call on the Government of Canada to briefly cross-examine.
May I just ask three questions, Your Honor? Ms. Lee, you described a lawless environment during the period of the convoy occupation, I believe, in reference to my friend's questions there. Yes?
Yes.
Did that change after you obtained the anti-honking injunction on February the 7th?
No.
Did it change by February the 14th, the lawless environment that you described?
I don't recall exactly, but I would say perhaps some of it had subsided, but it was still present. If anything, it was more underlying and more desperate in a sense.
You obtained an extension of the injunction on February the 16th. Is that right?
Correct?
And you showed us photographs on February 17th and 18th, though you couldn't recall which of those two dates it was, right?
I believe it was the 17th, yes.
Okay. And was there still a lawless environment as you perceived it at that time?
Given my experience personally, I felt that was the case.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next, I will call on the Ottawa Police.
Good morning to you both. I just have a couple of questions for you, Ms. Lee. You spoke earlier this morning about the injunction. Did circumstances change after the injunction in terms of the level of threats that you were receiving from the community?
Following the injunction, I would say the level of threats increased due to the public attention that had been placed on myself and the situation. Yes.
And once that occurred, once you were receiving a higher level of threat, would you agree that you had multiple interactions with the Ottawa Police Service as a result of that?
Yes, that is correct.
You had made them aware of the threats that you were receiving?
The majority of the threats were through the internet and on certain things. However, I was receiving calls and messages to my personal devices. However, the nature of these messages, voicemails, and calls did not seem serious enough for me to make an official report. There was only one instance where there was a serious threat received by the RCMP that had been forwarded to the Ottawa Police that was investigated.
And the Ottawa Police actually attended your residence a couple of occasions as well, correct?
That is correct.
I just want to bring up one document, if you don't mind. It's OPS 30s14460. Can you see at the top of the page that this is a document dated February 9th?
Yes.
And can you see about halfway down the page, there's a subheading, Constable Islam and Constable Lemieux?
Yes.
And it appears as though there's notes under that heading in relation to the activities of those officers.
Yes.
If we could go to the next page, bullet number 3. It says, Mo and I spoke with, and then of course there's obviously a redaction, regarding the threats she has received from her involvement with the injunction related to the convoy protest and the horns. Obviously, we can see that there's a redaction here, but would you agree that on February 9th, you did in fact speak with these two officers from Ottawa Police Service?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if you could look at that second sentence, it indicates she feels very supported by the OPS with this. Would you agree at this time that you had received the attention in relation to the threats from Ottawa Police Service that made you feel comfortable that they were managing that situation?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next, I'll call on the Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom and JCCF.
Hi to both of you. I'll just have a couple of quick questions for you today. And first I'll tilt them so they're facing in the right direction. You discussed decibel levels with Commission Council during the protests. Were decibel levels ever measured inside of your apartment, Ms. Lee?
Yes, they were.
They were? By who?
Yes. Me, myself.
How did you do that?
Through decibel measuring devices downloaded onto my phone. These devices, these applications had been proved, they had been researched to be comparable to actual physical decibel testing devices.
Can you give me the names of those applications that you used?
Off the top of my head, I believe one was called Decibel X or something along those lines.
Can I get an undertaking? Is that possible in this context? I hadn't checked.
Our rules do not provide for
Yeah, okay.
parties to request undertakings during examination.
All right, so you say you used multiple decibel apps?
There was two, I believe it was called Decibel X. However, it's been some time.
Okay, and do you remember what exactly the decibel reading was?
The decibel readings from my memory ranged from approximately 75 decibels to at times 85 or 90.
Okay. When speaking with Commission Council earlier, you began to describe how you had been pleading with the protesters and said there's a certain frustration when the people that are supposed to help you aren't helping you. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes, I do.
Who were the people who were supposed to help you?
Those people were the Ottawa Police and Bylaw Services.
And what were they supposed to be doing?
They were, from my understanding as a resident, citizen, and taxpayer, they were supposed to be supporting us and making sure us as the public and the community feel safe and that the laws are upheld.
And what laws did you feel weren't being upheld?
There were issues with noise, idling, parking, etc., illegal fireworks, illegal fires, public urination, public defecation, harassment on the streets, soup kitchens.
And there just wasn't any enforcement in your mind of those laws prohibiting those behaviors?
A lot of the time, I had spoken to officers directly. I had made calls to bylaws specifically detailing the incidences that were occurring. In one such occasion, I described fireworks in the vicinity of gasoline and other open fires, as well as things like alcohol and drugs. So that, to me, presented a safety issue, and therefore I reported it. However, as a result of my report, nothing came to it, and I was informed that the officers on the ground were to keep things safe despite the reality of the situation.
So in essence, the complaints that you made didn't result in enforcement?
No.
And you mentioned that you obtained an injunction in the context of your class action lawsuit that prohibited honking, and that for a time after the injunction was granted, the honking diminished, but it returned after
Yes.
a time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would it be fair to say that it returned after a time because your injunction wasn't being enforced?
I would say that I can't speak to exactly why it occurred, but I would feel that enforcement would be a contributing factor.
Did you see any enforcement of your injunction?
No.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next is the Ottawa Coalition. Any examination there?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I just have a few questions for both of you. Ms. Delarond, can you just confirm approximately how long have you been living in downtown Ottawa?
30 years.
And have you experienced or observed other protests or demonstrations in downtown Ottawa?
I've observed other protests in downtown Ottawa, but closer to Parliament Hill. They did not come to where I was living, never.
Thank you. You told us, Ms. Delarond, about being concerned about wearing headphones or earplugs, about knocks on your door, about smoke alarm, or not, maybe not hearing smoke alarms. Why did you have that particular concern?
I was concerned because there was this smell, and I was informed as well about gas spills on the street, that there was open bonfires, that they were roasting food out a few meters from my building. So there was such a potential for a fire, a huge fire, and an explosion. So I was concerned that if I could actually get those earplugs to work, then I wouldn't hear if my smoke alarm went off or if people were pounding on my door to say, evacuate, evacuate.
And Ms. Delarond, you told us a bit about the diesel fumes. Was that diesel fumes that you would just smell outside on the street, or did you smell them in your apartment?
It was very strong in my apartment. It permeated drapes, blinds, bedding, carpet. It had the whole unit had a dull gaseous odor about it.
Did you do anything about that after the protests were over?
Yes, I got eventually worked toward getting them cleaned, all of them.
Ms. Delarond, you told us a bit about the honking and how you experienced that. After the protests were over, What was your experiences with honking sounds?
Anytime I heard a honk of a horn, and particularly of a large vehicle horn, I could feel it sort of ripple through my body, and I would feel that my nerves were still frayed.
In the immediate days and weeks after the end of the demonstrations, what was your experiences with horns?
Very much like that, I kept hearing them like phantom horns. I kept hearing them in my head. I also had phantom smells too.
And by phantom smells or horns, I mean, they're not there, but that's what
They're not there.
Thank you, Mr. Laurent. Ms. Lee, I just have a few questions for you. There were some questions put to you about Councillor McKenney and a member of Provincial Parliament, Mr. Hardin. Had you ever had any interactions with them or met them prior to the class action being commenced?
No, I had not. Perhaps in passing on the street, but nothing, they didn't know who I was.
And there were some questions put to you about the injunction and what impact it had on the horns. On the day of the injunction argument of Monday, February the 7th, were you observing that hearing?
Yes, I was.
And were you observing or listening to anything else before or after that injunction hearing?
After, I did observe a Facebook Live video from one of the organizers who had ordered the truckers in general to stop the horns due to the injunction being put in place.
So what exactly, you were watching something online? What was
Yes, it was a Facebook Live video, I believe, from Chris Barber, if I'm not mistaken, though I can't be sure as to which organizer specifically it was, but they had been laughing about our lack of sleep and something about giving us a break from all the noise.
What did that live stream person, what did they say about the injunction? Do you recall?
They had said that I remember they were saying like, stop the horns, stop the noise.
And did you hear any, did you notice or observe any connection with that statement on the live stream video and what was going on outside?
Yes, shortly after the video, the horns had subsided, and it was like I like just sort of thinking back to it, it's hard to not be a little dramatic, but it really was like, it was like this respite that had came, and it was significant, the silence that was present for some time.
You were following or observing some of the social media of some of the protest organizers?
Yes.
After the injunction was obtained, you told us about listening to a social media stream on that date. Did you hear or observe any other social media streams by convoy organizers speaking about the injunction after February the 7th?
Yes, I do recall after the first video, I don't recall exactly when this occurred, but the first video, I believe that the organizer had believed that it's hard to say because there was a lot of just words being spilled, but there was something about that we, not necessarily myself or the lawyers involved, or it was a general reference, I think, to like the city or the government or just the opposition, really, that they were going to give in to some demands. But after some time had passed, they had realized that no demands were being given, and to I don't remember the exact words, but there was a call to action to just let her rip.
And let what rip?
The horns.
And after observing that, did you notice any difference in the horns out in the street?
Yes, I did notice that there were some, I remember very distinctly, there were some confused horns, because really it sounds sort of crazy to attribute these kinds of descriptions to horns, but whereas before they were sure, I think, and resounding, these were confused, almost as if, do I do it? Do I not do it? Do I do it? Do I not do it? There was a little bit more hesitation in the honking.
And Ms. Lee, just a final couple questions. When you talked about measuring the decibel levels, where were you measuring that? Was that on the street or was it in your home?
I had measured the In reference to the decibel levels I had described, it was inside of my home, though I had taken some on the streets where it was much louder, closer to 100 or more.
And your apartment, don't tell us which floor, but is it above or below a 10th floor?
It is above a 10th floor.
Thank you. You told us a bit about bonfires, seeing bonfires. We're unsure if we'll get any evidence about this from the Ottawa Police, but just from what your observations were, what were the bonfires like?
They definitely varied depending on the location that you went. There were quite a few of them. Some were small and just for warmth. Others were larger for, I think there was a pig, like a whole pig being roasted. And I think it was under a fire, but I can't be certain about that. But there was that. And there were several bonfires down Wellington Street, oftentimes on corners and intersections where there were people huddled around it, often accompanied by signs and flags.
Thank you. And then finally, you responded to a question from Ottawa Police Council about that you had expressed or were thankful that the police were managing the situation. What situation did you feel that they were managing? From your observation?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does Commission Council have any brief follow-up?
No re-exam, thank you.
Okay, well, I want to thank witnesses for their coming forward to the commission and for their evidence. The commission appreciates you coming forward. I also want to thank counsel for the parties. It was very disciplined cross-examination, a very good start. So we thank you both, and you're now relieved of your obligations, and someone can come forward and assist Madame Delaronde to.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Grab her water. Sorry.
While the witnesses leave, this may be a good moment to take the break, and we'll come back after the break. It will take 15 minutes, and when we come back, we'll proceed with the second panel.
Is the center of our gravity. Home is not a privilege that is granted by Her Majesty. A home is our right, a place to raise our family. Home is where we go for tranquility and sanctity. Home is where we feel at peace and we can have some privacy, where I can voice my thoughts and nobody tries to silence me. Home is where commotion turns to settling dust. Home is where we raise our kids to be better than us. And home is more than just a house. Home is where there's unity. Home is where we gather. Home is our communities. Home is the connection that we share when we trust. Home is not about me. Home is about us. Home is the guiding light within the that we feel drawn to. Home is the source of our creation we belong to. Let them try with their lies meant to pull us apart. We always find our way home cause we know it by heart.
All these long and lonely roads, they wind and bend, they find me friends, they lead me home. And I know no matter where I roam, I'm watching love from high above, I'm not alone.
Home is our cities, our states and our countries. Home is the earth below, the sky above me. Home is the truth we instinctively know, helping us to find home everywhere that we go. But there's many false prophets trying to lead us astray, who want to tell us what to do but not hear what we say. They ignore us while they play their game of righteous pretend, like we don't notice that their rules ain't applying to them. While our children have lost their future, made to cover up their faces, forced to get injections for attendance at their favorite places. Where does it end? When we take to the streets, the government won't call a hearing, they just call the police. And to the faceless stormtroopers, where is your humanity? Just following orders is no excuse for your insanity. It's time to cut the rod out at the source like a cavity. It's time to go home and realize that we're a
All
family.
these long and lonely roads, they wind and bend, they find me friends, they lead me home. And I know no matter where I roam, I'm watching love from high above, I'm not alone.
Do you recognize this country? Is this the way you like to live? Constantly harassed to put a mask upon your wife and kids. Cops with riot packs who like to act as if no rights exist. Alive, but we're not really living. What kind of life is this? The world is full of risks, but we don't need protection, cause all of their solutions are much worse than the infection. If we want resolution, we need unity, not politics. Why should we trust somebody who's broken so many promises? But maybe this was meant to be and had to happen all along. The cycle's always spinning and it's darkest right before the dawn. It's funny, to the point of laughing out loud, cause what they said would never happen, well it's happening now. And so many are waking up. Welcome to the front lines. The ones who know behind the clouds will always be the sunshine. You and I see through the lies, no longer alone, and let the compass in our souls guide and carry us home.
All these long and lonely roads, they wind and bend, they find me friends, they lead me home. And I know no matter where I roam, I'm watching love from high above, I'm not alone. All these long, lonely roads lead me home. I'm watching love from high above, I'm not alone. All these long and lonely roads, they wind and bend, they find me friends, they lead me home. And I know no matter where I roam, I'm watching love from high above, I'm not alone. Take me home.
Order à l'ordre. Order à l'ordre.
Order.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
The commission has reconvened.
Okay, I think we're ready for the next panel. On est prêt pour le prochain panel.
We're ready for the next panel.
Mr. Commissioner, my name is Jean-Simon Schoenholz. I'm Commission Counsel. I'd like to call Kevin McHale and Natalie Carrier as the next witnesses.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Mr. McHale, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Kevin McHale, Kevinmchale.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Carrier, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I wish to affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Nathalie Carrier, Nathalie-Carrier.
Affirmez-vous solennellement que le témoignage que vous allez rendre devant la commission.
You say that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, sometimes I switch without knowing.
Oh, we can accommodate that.
Oui, merci.
Allez-y, go ahead.
Merci. Mr. McHale, Ms. Carrier, could you please start by telling me your title at work?
I'm Natalie Carrier, Executive Director of the Vanier BIA, which is the business improvement area.
Kevin McHale, I'm the Executive Director of the Spark Street BIA and Mall Authority.
Thank you. I'd like to pull up a map just to help orient ourselves. If we could zoom in there. Okay, and let's go close to where Parliament Hill is and we can zoom in. So Mr. McHale, you see at the top right there of your screen is Parliament Hill, correct?
Correct.
And is Spark Street kind of the highlighted line there?
Correct. That's the 5 blocks of the pedestrian promenade.
Thank you. And if we could zoom out, Ms. Carrier, where does the Vanier BIA cover?
Beechwood, Montreal Road, and MacArthur from roughly the river to Saint Laurent, with the exception of Beechwood that ends when Havelock begins.
And those are indicated here
Correct.
on the map? Thank you. And did you have any engagement with businesses outside of those 3 streets during the relevant period?
Both Kevin and I sat on daily meetings, and we also sit on the board of ACOBIA, which is the coalition of BIAs. So we do sometimes get communications from others. I have family and friends that own businesses on Bank Street, for example. And some of my businesses on Montreal Road or Beechwood would own other franchises and others.
Okay. And you're generally aware of the parking lot at Coventry Road that was used by some of the protesters?
Generally aware. I would say intimately aware since January.
Can we just identify that on the screen, please?
That's right.
And that location that's been pinned aligns with, sorry, the one on the left, please. That aligns with the parking lot that we're referring to?
In essence, both parking lots were being used at one point. So both the Hampton Inn one and the one that belongs to the city, they're joined together, but there are 2 separate parking lots.
And Ms. Carey, your BIA, as well as the Coventry Road location, would you describe that as being outside of the downtown core?
It depends who you ask and what's being done. Sometimes we're considered downtown because we have more urban issues that are, homelessness or, drug-related issues, things of that sort. But for the case of an event that happens downtown, we would be considered slightly on the outskirts, yes.
And were you liaising at all with any of the businesses on Coventry Road?
I was, just by nature of being the closest BIA to them at one point, because things were escalating and there was a lot of complaints being made. I did begin to liaise with a few businesses there.
Thank you. We'll talk more about that later. Can you just quickly tell us what was your previous experience before joining the Vanier BIA?
I was the production manager for Ottawa 2017, so I did large-scale public events like La Machine, Crash Dice, Continuum Underground, and the pre to LRT being created, Picnic on the Bridge, those kind of things. I have 20 years experience in events.
And did you have experience in that role liaising with the city and Ottawa Police?
I would say that would be more unofficially and anecdotally because of the knowledge that I carry with me. There are things that were brought to this table that were flagrant to me based on the knowledge that I have as previously as a large-scale event planner, producer.
And in referring to things that were flagrant, you're referring to events during the January and February?
Correct. So things that we saw that would be event-like during the occupation or protests referred to my previous roles.
Thank you.
And my current roles. We do events at the BIA as well.
Thank you. So for both of you, could you just start by telling me what kind of information, if any, did you receive from the city and OPS in anticipation of the arrival of the convoy?
I would say that we received very little information prior to. In fact, it was mostly the BIA in Byward that started requesting from our councillor. So to be clear, Councillor Fleury has 3 BIAs within his ward, Byward, Rideau, and Vanier. And so Byward and Rideau had started getting increasingly aware of what was happening. We had been speaking with Bank Street and Spark Street as a COBIA, and they requested from Councillor Fleury to amass stakeholders so that we could better prepare for the weekend ahead. This was the week leading in, obviously, the week of the 27th, 28th.
Thank you. Mr. McHale?
Yeah, I would say it was very minimal. Spark Street experiences a number of activations and protests and marches and such throughout the years because of our proximity to the Hill. So the communication was quite minimal. I think it was only really, we started to receive some because some other BIAs and Ecobia, which is the Ottawa Coalition of BIAs, started making direct requests as we were seeing this event starting to unfold to being bigger than what we typically experience in downtown Ottawa.
Thank you. I'd like to pull up coalition document, that's sorry, COA 6060. We can just scroll down. So, sorry, scroll back up. So this is a document dated January 27th. And if we scroll down, is this one of the emails that would have been provided to the local BIAs?
Yes.
Okay. And was this kind of representative of the information the BIAs were receiving in anticipation of the arrival of the convoys?
Yes. The fact that we actually received it was kind of, I mean, to receive something again, because I think we were demanding some more input and support as to what we needed to inform our members of. This is, again, the information provided isn't really any different than what we would receive for any other activation or any other event in the downtown core space. So it really didn't meet what we kind of expected from a level of robustness.
And what did you expect?
We expected to see a bit of a game plan as to what the actions were going to be to deal with the massive vehicles that we were expecting at the downtown core. Perhaps similar to what we see during when road closures and such are put in place for an event like Canada Day, where vehicles aren't allowed in the core for the day, and barriers or city vehicles are used to limit access to certain parts of the downtown core. So we really wanted to see was an action plan of how police and officials were going to manage the situation.
And would you agree with that testimony, Ms. Carrier?
I agree. I think we are looking for the plans that we normally get and receive or are shared with us leading into a Canada Day weekend or Winterlude or those kinds of things. So in this particular case, we were expecting Canada Day type closures. And in the case of Vanier, that would only pertain to us as it pertains to any overflow traffic that often or sometimes gets directed to Coventry or would end up on Montreal Road or Rideau.
And did you request that type of information? Did you or anyone else in the business association community?
We requested from the counselor to have a briefing with services, which we got. And when that briefing happened, we were surprised to see that that was not this posture that OPS and city were taking, meaning the closing down of the streets in the downtown core to accommodate the level of what I was seeing on social media was heading our way.
What kind of information was provided during those briefings?
To me,
Again,
specifically,
to clarify, ahead of the convoy's arrival.
Ahead of the convoy, it was a protest that was slightly unusual because of the nature of the trucks, right? Normally when we have protests, there's buses that arrive and drop off people and then an event happens and they get back on buses and leave. In this case, the trucks were the protesters in many ways. So there was some level that it was going to be complex because of the trucks. But for the most part, we were told, by the end of the weekend, everything should be good and everyone will likely be gone.
Okay. And would you agree with that, Mr. McHale?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. And was that similar to were you receiving information that was similar to what you'd received in other large-scale events, Ms.
No.
Carey? No. How did it differ?
There was a lack of information for something that we deemed and I deemed, having done large-scale events on that very particular space. La Machine ran from Byward all the way to the museum and back. There was actually a Saturday night event that was here. We spent 2 years planning that because of the sheer level of people and the machines themselves were big. This was, and so there was really no information, in our opinion, or there didn't seem to be, it didn't seem to be taken as seriously as other events.
Thank you. Now, if you can take a look at paragraph 4 here on the screen, it says all open source information and our interactions with Freedom Rally organizers indicate this will be a significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period. Did anyone during those briefings provide any explanation for what was meant by significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period?
I think that there was an unpredictability about this event. There was reference to there being multiple organizers, but I don't think we were given much more, not to my knowledge.
Mr.
My
McHale?
recollection.
No, the feeling I have when I read a line like this, probably pre-convoy protest, would be that this is just kind of an open-ended protect yourself, saying that, you know, if some of the organizers decide to stay, we don't know exactly. I mean, it's not uncommon to see this kind of language, I think, in kind of an announcement like this. But again, our typical experience with other protests in the area are that people come, they protest, and they leave in a reasonable manner, and where at the time when they say they will.
And that was the impression you got from the communications from Ottawa Police Services?
That's the feeling I had going into that weekend, yes, with the communication that we had received. Again, it seemed to be fairly low key from what we were receiving. My personal feeling was it was a little bit similar to the farmers' protest that we had a number of years ago here in the Ottawa core, where a group of farmers came through and brought in tractors and other heavy equipment and were here for a day or so and then left. So it was kind of my feeling of it was, again, having been on Spark Street for 9 years and working in the core for 20, that this would be a loud, boisterous weekend event, and that by Monday morning, I'd be trying to figure out how to clean up my street, which wasn't the case.
To clarify, was that your own assessment of the incoming convoy?
Correct. Yes, it's my own assessment. Again, that's taking that assessment based upon the information we were provided.
Right. Thank you. Did anyone during these meetings with city and police officials ask why access to the downtown core was not being blocked? Ms. Carrier?
I feel like at some point, all the BIAs there were 5 of us, did. I remember my colleague Kaylin from Byward certainly, making mention to why this wasn't happening, or why couldn't we block streets like we do often for protests or events? Why couldn't we prevent access to our core? There was no real answer to that.
You don't remember any specific response to those questions?
I remember Chief Slowly saying publicly, and not specifically to our daily briefings, but publicly saying things to the order of, I can't stop trucks from driving in the city of Ottawa. I can't stop vehicles from driving in the city of Ottawa, which was baffling to me personally as an events person, because we had and we do often for events.
Mr. McHale, do you recall any specific response to that question?
No, the response would be to what Natalie alluded to, which is that basically they didn't have the rights to stop the vehicles from coming in.
Did they provide information on why that was?
No, nothing written.
Thank you. Who from the city of Ottawa was participating at these meetings, Ms. Carrier?
It evolved. So in the beginning, it was basically the 3 BIAs. We added in the 3 BIAs being Rideau, Byward, and Vanier. We added in Bank Street and Sparks. And there was bylaw, traffic. So a series of city services, bylaw, traffic, police, OPS, our NRTs, which is our neighborhood resource team members, which is a police term for police that are dedicated to specific problematic areas, for lack of a better term, like Byward and Vanier, and other areas. There was, I recall, it was evolving. So depending on the day, depending on what was happening, and as the situation was evolving, people would come in and out of these meetings daily based on availability, or, there's certainly city management services Acobia was there. So Michelle, the executive director of Acobia.
Did the mayor of Ottawa or the city manager of Ottawa ever participate?
I don't know.
I can't recall. I don't believe the mayor participated in one of these calls. I believe someone from his staff was on the call a couple of times. Really on the political side, the call was driven by Matt Fleury, councillor for Vanier. And he and his staff hosted the call every day, and there'd be mixing in. Councillor McKinney was on the call a couple of times. Who else?
I remember this.
Fortier, yes.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No. The MP for Vanier, Fortier was on the call as well. Yeah. Joel Harden was on the call.
Later when the occupation became the occupation and not a protest, the call of roughly 20 people was 70 people at times daily. So there were MPs that would join in on those calls. But for the most part, the senior city person, and to my recollection, was Kim Ayut, who was emergency services. So he was the person sort of speaking on behalf of fire, paramedics, and obviously police when police wasn't on the call.
And
sorry.
No, finish your thought, please.
I was going to say, oftentimes the police representatives we had on the call are not people that I would consider senior OPS that I would have seen in other events.
Did any of the senior OPS officials, former Chief Slowly, deputies Bell and Ferguson, did they attend?
I have a recollection of Chief Slowly joining the first week. So between the first and second weekends, I don't recall what day exactly, but there was one call that he was on with us.
Yeah, he was on one or two calls at the very beginning, and then as the situation continued, he was no longer on the call.
Okay. And the deputies, did they attend?
No, generally police representation was Constable LeMay, who was the community officer, was the primary police contact on the phone call.
And there was, and I apologize, I do not remember her name, but I believe she was the deputy who came once or twice on the call as well.
Ferguson?
Yes. Yes,
Trish
correct.
Ferguson. Thank you.
Sorry.
And do you recall, so you say Chief Slowly attended once at that first week, so after the first weekend, do you recall anything specific that he said during his attendance?
This is difficult because these are people we work with. These are people that we rely on. I remember being scared personally, because I remember the chief saying at one point, "You guys are scared, I get it. I'm scared too." And I thought, if the chief of police is scared, something much bigger is happening here than a protest. And that personally scared me. And I think a lot of us on that call were shaken. There was also a sense that week that things were starting to get shaken up. There was instability. I sensed a sense of defensiveness. Everyone was caught off guard, I think. Everyone. I don't think any of us could have dreamed that this event that we, in our biggest thinking, would equate to Canada Day, sort of, the infractions that happen, the closures that happen, the people that come in, the disturbances it creates, the loud noise, the fireworks. None of us, I think, could have understood that would actually get so much bigger.
So did you each feel that the business community, the BIAs that you represent, that they got the information they needed to prepare for these events?
No.
Merci.
Information were you seeking that you did not receive?
So there are things that pertain to businesses that are very specific in events like this, and I'm sorry, I keep calling it an event, that's my knowledge. So things like, will they have access to loading zones? How can deliveries happen? Can staff get in? Where will the bus routes be? And because there was so much fluidity to what was happening, there was no sense that the plan today was going to be the plan the next day. There was, there was some fluidity to it, but mostly those are the things we needed to know. Can staff take OC Transpo and get from Vanier to their job at the Rideau Center? Will the Rideau Center be safe? Those are the things that pertain to businesses. Like, can they have deliveries picked up, and can they still do click and collect, and can Uber Eats and skip the dishes get through? And to give context to it, though we're 5 kilometers away in Vanier from the downtown core, Uber Eats was not servicing. They were not servicing. So unlike what could be said to have happened to businesses during COVID, businesses were completely crippled. And that has to be understood by this commission, because there were no deliveries. There was no loading zone. There was no Uber Eats. There was no clients in the stores. A lot of the protesters that arrived did support businesses. And I'm not going to say that they didn't. They supported some businesses, but there was a lot of chaos. There was a lot of businesses that were deeply affected by protesters. And then there was this sense, there was a lawlessness, if I can speak specifically to restaurants, which are often the most flexible of all of our businesses, right? They adapt very quickly. They can figure out things very quickly. But restaurants often had catering tables organized by protesters right outside their doors, offering free hot dogs, free chocolates, free, to everyone. Meanwhile, the business that was trying to stay open and survive was not getting any business.
Thank you. I'd like to pull up document COA 6063. So the document we'll see here, Mr. McHale, is an exchange between you and Councillor McKenney. If we can scroll to the bottom, please. Yeah, further up. Okay, so I'll just let you refresh your memory and read that exchange. So Councillor McKenney is asking if you need any additional information. And your response is, and if we can go up just a tiny bit. So on January 28th, so before the arrival of the convoy, you say, I think we are good. And then you continue. Can you just help maybe explain to us what that meant in the context of what you were just communicating to me?
Yeah, I think, again, it comes down to having been on Spark Street for over 9 years now, and having a very veteran merchant mix. There wasn't initially going into it necessarily a lot of concern. So again, having a bit more, dealing with protest and activation through the core all the time. Again, as I said earlier, I felt that this was going to be large and boisterous, but not obviously the 3-week event that it was. So we and in Spark Street, we tend to be a little self-sufficient. So we were very active on social media, making sure we were getting information from OPS and bylaw as we were directed to through comms, which was said the fastest way to get our information oftentimes was Twitter. And so Catherine did reach out to make sure that we had got what we had. So again, yeah, it was very much, I think we're good. The members are aware. Again, my members go into an event like this, any other protest, not thinking about closing their doors, not really concerned about staff. An event, as I always say on Spark Street, people march up to Parliament Hill, determined to get their message out, to tell people about what they need to be, what they think that needs to be told, and say their piece, and then they leave satisfied and happy that they've accomplished what they set out to do, and then they end up visiting our coffee shops and our restaurants, etc. It was only kind of into Saturday night, Sunday, when we realized this was there's a different energy in the crowd, if I can use that term. That's when, again, a lot of my businesses who on the Saturday were open, we're trying to open, regulations in Ontario were starting to be lifted. They're being ready to lift, I believe, on the Monday, on the 31st. And so our businesses were kind of actually getting ready for the province to be reopened and to welcome customers back inside their businesses after a very long January, December. So again, I wasn't overly concerned at this one. There's very casual nature to the conversation, and it's kind of how I speak and how I flow.
In hindsight, were you prepared at that time?
In hindsight, yeah. I mean, as I said, I was here, I talked with staff along Spark Street. We have bollards that can be installed. We use them in the spring, summer, fall to control traffic. They're out right now on the street if you're out there today. Wintertime, we have to remove them for snow operations. So we had actually taken them out back in November, and so the street was open. And again, it was at that point where the same time we were sitting here saying, okay, do you think we should put them in? When we started seeing vehicles coming in, we didn't want them on the street for what we thought was just the weekend. So my event supervisor and I made the decision, and we had to dig out the holes, and they're all full of snow and ice, and dig them out and vacuum them out. And we put the posts in for the weekend. And I think it was kind of a fortunate decision for us to do that, because I feel that the street would have ended up as kind of a secondary holding spot for vehicles and other activities.
Did you consult OPS?
Yes, we had reached out to Constable Sean Kay, who we had a conversation with a couple months ago for another activation. The constable's job is to liaise with marches and activations like that. So we had reached out to Sean to say, do you think we should do that? Is it going to interfere with operations? Again, having a knowledge of the street. In the past, when there have been activations or incidents, Spark Street can sometimes become a holding spot for, or just a cut through for police services or other entities, operations and such. So we just reach out saying, hey, is this going to interfere in any of your planning or any operations? And he said, no, nothing. So just let us know when it's done. So we did that. Later at the beginning of the week, I want to say about February 3rd or so, we reached our second or third. We reached back out to let them know we were taking them out. They had done their job. They kept the vehicles off the street. The feeling was there's two things happening then. I felt that the vehicles couldn't move anymore. They were kind of jammed into the spaces. And we had snow falling. And so we had to pull them out so that snow clearing could happen. What ended up happening was there's no snow operations for the next 3 weeks. So you had a nice layer of snow and ice on Sparks for that for the remaining convoy.
So did you keep the bollards in for the whole period?
We end up removing them, and then what we realized from observing the crowd, the vehicles, and everyone around us, and the way the groups were operating, was that we felt Sparks was okay without them in at that point, because we didn't think anything large could get in anymore. There was a lane for fire and such, but that was about it, and that was being respected by everyone. So. And it would have been, again, these are mechanical bollard. They're not automated. It's not a heat system. It's a pretty simple system. But by that time, to put them back in was going to be very difficult after a snow event.
Had you ever put these up for another protest before?
We had not.
Ms. Carrier, I understand, again, as you previously said, that you had some, you liaised to a certain extent with the businesses on Coventry Road and visited that location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why was Coventry kind of a significant location in these events?
Because the businesses were right next door to the encampment. So to put it in context, there is a hotel, a parking lot for the hotel, a parking lot for the stadium, and then there's Canadian Tire, Best Buy, and a Starbucks that are right there. There's also just at the corner of Lola, there's a veterinarian and emergency hospital for animals, and also one of our organizations that we liaise with a lot, the Minwashin Lodge, is there as well. So there's organizations that are racialized that are in and around that area. So in my expertise as being a business relations person, I started just checking in on them to see if they were okay.
How frequently did you go visit that location physically?
Usually once a weekend. The weekends were definitely the worst, but Canadian Tire, I must have spoken to them 5 or 6 times, different people at each time. Sometimes it was the customer service person. Sometimes it was a manager on duty or another. The Starbucks, I would be going in to get a coffee because I spent a lot of time at Coventry, and anecdotally I would ask questions and spoke to the manager once, I think.
Okay. So what did the manager or other personnel from Canadian Tire report to you throughout this period, and maybe trying to identify at which time?
So in the beginning, it was, they were selling a lot of stuff. they were selling gas tanks and they were selling rope and, all the type of things that I think you would buy if you were camping out. And they also reported that large groups of protesters, by large, I probably mean 3 to 10, would come in at once and then do the sort of thing that was, that is now sort of cliche, but would go up to the workers with masks on and say, why do you wear a mask? Why are you doing this? They would disrupt the sort of general, the store. They would disrupt the store. And there was also there was things that were relayed to me that the protesters had been putting up posters throughout the store that looked like public health posters, but saying things like masks are stupid or masks aren't needed, or, so counterintuitive sort of things that staff, nothing, violent, but definitely disruptive. The most terrifying call I had was on the third weekend, where the manager was talking to me and he said, Natalie, I don't know if this is something, but I feel like I should tell you, we've sold out of knives and bear spray this weekend. And that is something that I reported immediately to OPS.
Thank you. Did the Starbucks location and their manager report anything to you?
Just disruptions. There's a lot of LGBT people that work in OPS in Starbucks and OPS as well, I'm sure. But there was a general feeling of annoyance. It was an annoying thing. It was, it was fine, but it wasn't, the pleasant sort of, there's some protesters were perfectly pleasant and lovely. That should be said. They're not all homogenous, right? But there were definitely the ones that would make comments about why they'd be wearing a mask in a window and the door would be, the window's open, you don't need a mask, those types of things. And again, I think we have to put this back into context of the first weekend being our stores were still closed. You couldn't go into a restaurant that first weekend. That was reopening on the 31st. So the feeling that we have about masks today really has to be brought back to how weird that felt then.
I understand that you also visited the Coventry Road parking lot that the protesters were using during this period, correct?
Several times, yes.
Okay. And you took some videos?
I sure did.
I'll show a few to you. So if we can pull up COM 50744, if you could tell me when this was taken and where.
I believe the Hampton Inn. I'm going to say Sunday night of the protest. Sunday night of the first weekend. Just doing a little recon mission here. See what's working in my neighborhood right now. It's very embarrassing. Not sure. Has to be said. Get in or out. Doesn't look like it. It's been blocked apparently because nobody can come in or out and they're directing their own traffic.
So this was the first weekend you were telling me?
Correct, on the Sunday night. And it, again, has to be put in context. The reason I took this video was to share with my colleague at OPS, because that day we had been told that, now we're going to move towards egress. But I was trying to demonstrate there's no sign of egress at Coventry.
And when you say, sorry, you said your colleague at OPS, you mean the kind of the police liaison?
The person that was on the calls with us at those daily meetings, yes.
Thank you. And can you describe what you saw in that video? Anything significant stand up to you?
Well, two things. So this video, to put in context, is next to the stadium. So on, depending what map you're looking at, but not on the hotel side, but on the other side. What I had observed during that weekend, and it increased during the week, and certainly in the second weekend, was this sense of directing their own traffic, of allowing certain trucks in or people in and not. So there was a sense of security security system of some sort that was building up. I observed large scale tents that, again, from an event planner perspective, signified to me, lots like organization and places to work and places to make food. I saw food being brought in. I saw deliveries being made. This is over the course of the 4 weeks. And I saw that encampment grow from an overflow parking to an encampment. A very solid, very organized, Blues Fest, large scale event style. We're here for a long time and we have the infrastructure to stay.
Thank you. Let's just play COM 50743, please.
Staying. And That's the same night, the other side of the parking lot.
Don't know what the way out is. Here it is. Packed side by side, kind of like this. Many people deep, full campers set up. Nobody's going anywhere.
Again, terribly embarrassing.
Here to say.
Sorry.
So, so your understanding.
Everybody hates their own voice, right?
No.
Sorry, I just have to say that out loud. I'm nervous.
So
Okay.
based on your observations that day, it sounds in the video, did you conclude that people were there to stay longer term?
I am somebody that is very savvy with social media. To me personally, it was clear that the 70-kilometer train of trucks that crossed the country was not coming in for a small protest in a day. And to me, that Sunday night was the proof that, you know, somebody somewhere had underestimated or not listened to the anger, frustration that at that point, you know, large number of people felt. They were coming to the city of Ottawa as the representatives of what they thought, and they were going to stay there. They were going to stay there until they were heard.
I want to just show one last video, COM 50749. So when was this video taken?
I believe that's the second weekend.
Okay.
What you see in that video are things that, again, as an event planner, I took because it drove me crazy, because there was a propane tank next to diesel with like wooden pallets packed right next to it, which an event would be not even allowed to operate. Second would be shut down, and police trucks would be there, bylaw would be there. And as an event planner, I would be fined. And there was no fining. I saw tents that normally, as an event planner, both in my BIA role, but also previously, you need permits to put up tents like that in the city of Ottawa. You pay a permit, an inspector has to come, there has to be an engineer evaluation. To my knowledge, none of that had been done at Coventry. So I essentially had a festival happening in my community that was neither sanctioned nor was it protected by the normal standards that the city of Ottawa would adhere to. And in the city, there's a thing called the SEEK program, which is Special Events Activation Team. And any event that goes through the city of Ottawa must go through this very, very stringent process of being evaluated by that. And none of it had been done. I witnessed downtown stages on the back of a truck, wooden things with diesel being poured onto them, like just things that were, in my 30 years experience, absolutely baffling and quite frankly, dangerous.
There's a few other videos I won't take you to because of time, but Miss Lee this morning testified that she saw urine in some of the streets.
Yep.
Did you ever witness anyone dumping urine somewhere?
Yeah, I have a video that I submitted when I was driving to see one of my staff, and I was coming back towards on Nicholas between D&D and University of Ottawa. And I was taking the video to demonstrate that there was lawlessness. Like there were trucks parked on sides of roads and in the middle, like this is an on-ramp to a major highway. And as I was driving past, I saw somebody out of their thing dump a chemical toilet, and I caught it by accident. Right outside D&D.
Thank you. From what you observed, were the participants in the convoy respecting the rules of the road at all times?
I think some were, and I think a lot weren't.
And what did you observe that led you to that conclusion?
There's another video that I submitted where at Coventry, I don't know this for a fact, but I deduced that there was sort of a shift change that would happen. There would be a series of trucks that would leave in the morning and some would come back, and they would sort of do this convoy style. Obviously, they're a convoy. So, but on several occasions, I would be trying to sort of leave that parking lot, and there would be 50, 60, 100 trucks all in a row, not respecting traffic, not respecting traffic lights, and sort of operating as a parade. But again, in the city of Ottawa, when you do a parade, you have to have police escort. There are certain laws. It's announced ahead of time what your trajet, sorry, I don't know that word in English is.
Route.
route, merci. And, so again, these were things that would happen. I saw convoys of trucks, like farm tractors driving down Vanier Parkway, which is not even a trucking route. You're not even allowed a truck on Vanier Parkway normally. Like none of our businesses could get a truck to drive down Vanier Parkway to come give them a delivery. And yet, we're seeing these types of things. So I saw a lot of that.
Thank you. Mr. McHale, can you describe generally the impact on the businesses in your BIA?
Yeah, generally for Spark Street businesses, for the most part, especially after that Saturday, the first Saturday, I would say about 85% of them just stayed closed for the remainder of the protest and for the week afterwards. It was difficult for them. I mean, the businesses that were open would suddenly end up with 5, 10, 15 people in the store unmasked, wanting to use the bathroom or just to warm up, not actually getting any services, especially if it was a retail business. Food businesses initially on that first weekend, reported to me, the staff would report to me that they had difficulty managing the customers coming in. Businesses were, of course, were under the regulations for the closure and such. So if they were allowed customers in, those customers had to be masked. There was limits on what they would do. It was impossible for them to enforce it. And that was something I think we did bring up on one of the calls eventually, which was, and then again, initially we were told, no, it's up to the business to enforce that. The business has to make the decision whether they're going to stay open or closed. It's up on the business. And then it was, brought to their attention. It's like, it's quite impossible for a single shop owner to police 5 or 6 people who are determined not to follow the local health ordinances. So we did get some clarity on that eventually it would be in the best judgment of the bylaw officer whether or not they would impose a fine on the business or a warning.
And are you aware of any businesses that receive fines for?
No, none of my members reported anything.
It was said though, sorry, I have to say, it was said that if fines were given out, they would be given out to the business, not to the people. And so that's, again, another deterrent to keeping your business open, because if you can't control or have security there that at your own expense, which most of these stores didn't have at that point. Again, we're coming off of a 2-year COVID and then we all got caught off guard right before Christmas that we were shut down again. So a lot of these businesses had no money for security or anything. So they thought, well, if I can't police it, I'm going to get a fine and it's not worth it. So they would close.
Mr. McHale, do businesses on Spark Street typically close during protests?
No. When this started getting bigger than it was, or I was talking to my chair specifically about this, he's been downtown as a business operator for over 50 years and has never closed his business. And that would include during the G20 summit when it was here a number of years ago and other activations. It's never occurred to them to close during any event before. This was the first time where he felt a concern for his safety and any staff he were to bring in during that time, which led to him closing his business.
Thank you. What other impacts, Mr. McHale, on Ottawa businesses generally are you aware of as a result of the convoy?
Yeah, a business of mine who was publicly against the convoy as it was interfering with their business had their Google review attacked. So they suddenly randomly started getting 1-star reviews on their business. And that's something that's very difficult for a business to, it's an easy thing for someone to do if they're ticked off somebody is to give somebody a 1-star review. But in this day and age, of internet reviews and such, those things are so important to a business. And suddenly a business that had a 4.5-star rating was suddenly trending, I believe, at like 2.5, which is, it's difficult to recover from anything like that. And it's very difficult to go to the providers, the Yelps and that, and say, these are all fraudulent reviews. This is a bike shop owner. And so his business at that time of the year is very quiet anyways, but he does have some customers coming in doing maintenance during the wintertime and such. And the intention was to be open for his mechanics to do work through the winter. And during this period, it was just impossible.
Thank you. Those are all, Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it should also be noted that the Rito Center in its history and in the history of Cadillac Fairview had never closed for every day. And even when the stores are closed, the Rito Center is the walkthrough for transit. So it's always open 24/7. You can go to the washroom there. You can go warm up in there. It closed and that cost them $2 million a day. And they were closed for, three weekends, the worst of which would be Valentine's Day and Family Day. And I think for businesses, we have to state how important that is. I have a business, Quelque Chose Pâtisserie. They have their bakery in I'm sorry, I'm going quickly. Their bakery in Vanier. They also have 2 other franchises now, 3. But because and they had trouble at the Byward one, so they closed down. But that affected the bakery and it affected also Westboro because their Westboro location, people were told to stay home, so they didn't have it. So again, that losing for that bakery to lose Valentine's Day and Family Day weekend carries them through the first quarter. Those 2 days, it was said to me yesterday by that business owner, that carries them through January, February, and March. And again, that's a normal January, February, March, not one where you were shut down at Christmas, not one where you've been shut down for 2 years. So it was devastating.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. We're out of time, but I do want to allow you, if there's anything that I haven't covered that you think we need to share with the commission, briefly.
No, you can go. I've been going first, so you can.
I just think it's difficult to explain. It's been very difficult sometimes for us to explain how devastating it's been for our business community in the downtown core. A prime example, I think, was about halfway through the event. I'm in line that night after spending 12 hours on the street, and in line at a coffee shop in Canada. Just to pick up some coffee for the next morning for my family. And I'm looking inside this coffee shop and I'm seeing customers inside. And my brain said, oh my God, they're in violation of the health orders, And then I realized, no, the rest of the province has been allowed to open. It's just downtown Ottawa. And I think that's the effect that this had, was because this activation happened for as long as it did, police directed the residents and visitors to not come downtown. It's something we still deal with today with the Wellington closure and such, and the reputation of the city and the downtown. We've already seen it in tourism numbers this summer. They're down. We're continuing to see that the reputation of the city has been, as a place to visit, has been greatly tarnished. And it's going to take us years to truly recover for that in the downtown core if we ever do.
Thank you.
I have 2 things I would add. One, just to say to that, I have friends who, decided they would have this beautiful Ottawa staycation day this summer, and they go and they bike, and they go to the market, and then they're sitting out in the market at the end of this really amazing day. And then all of a sudden this protest comes up and people start yelling and screaming. And so this was months afterwards. So to Kevin's point, it's still happening now. There's still disruption to businesses. The second point I'd like to make in closing is that, and I don't know that this has been tackled, but Vanier is the most diverse BIA of all the BIAs in Ottawa, and we have the highest level of racialized people within, or racialized business owners. So MacArthur specifically is a street which is the closest street to the convoy, a street that is very multicultural and has a lot of specific cultural groceterias, restaurants, those types of things. Anecdotally, there was a lot of it was very difficult for some of those business owners, and though they may or may not have closed, the sense, and I think, the speakers this morning sort of talked to that, there was a sense of like foreboding in the city. There was this intense feeling. And specifically, one of our organizations that we work quickly with was intimidated to a certain extent by having men standing outside their windows looking in. Again, comments being made, and this is a shelter for Indigenous women and children. So, it has to be said that the damage done, I think, was somewhat disproportionate to those in our city that are equity seeking and equity deserving, especially our small businesses.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask, has there been any agreement on the order of cross-examination? Seeing no indication, I will call on in terms of the length of time that's been allocated, starting with the convoy organizers.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp. I've been asked to make sure that we introduce ourselves before we start. I just have a few questions for you, and just so you know, most of these are what we call Brown and Dunn questions. I just need to give them to you so that there's some other evidence down the road, and I need to be fair to you, so I need to put a lot of this to you, okay?
Just to be clear, Brown and Dunn is simply that
Yeah.
they put a statement to you that it may be contradicted later, so you should have a chance to
Yeah.
comment.
Thank you for that clarification.
So yeah, sorry, I'm too lawyer.
I was trying to fake it till I made it on that one, so.
Oh, it's good. It's good. You did a very good job. You sold me. So, okay. So I understand that after the protests, there was two funds set up. One being $20 million was set aside by the federal government to compensate Ottawa businesses affected by the protests, and another one for $10 million from the provincial government. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And to date, or at least as of June, I understand that of the federal government funds, only 8.6 million have been used. Is that fair?
I don't have that knowledge. I know a lot of my businesses took advantage of it.
I can't comment on the total, but I could state that the majority of my Main Street business, my storefront businesses did apply to the fund.
Okay. And of the $10 million provided by the province, I can't find if much of that was used. Can you tell us, do you know any amounts with respect to the amount of money that was used from the provincial funds?
No.
Okay, thank you. You had said in your evidence, ma'am, that Uber Eats wasn't available during the protests. I'm going to put it to you that it was.
Okay.
Can you, I'm giving you an opportunity.
I'm not sure.
That's the purpose of this. So
Right.
I want to be fair to you. I'm going to put it to you that Uber Eats, in fact, was operating during the protest and was in fact even delivering
Then
food to the protesters.
I would say there are likely times that Uber Eats was operating and other times on the weekends, which I think our businesses would deem to be the most busy times where a lot of them weren't. There was a lack of drivers. I know that was a major issue. And then because of the closures, there was zero access for it. So whether the app was open or not, I'm not aware, but I can tell you that many of our restaurants in Vanier and others could not use that service as a method to sell their food. And further to that, some would make the orders and they wouldn't be picked up. So there was an additional loss.
Okay. And did you yourself experience any inability to use Uber Eats?
I did not use Uber Eats in that time, no.
Did either of you have contact with Member of Parliament Mona Fortier during this time? That she, I believe, is the
Yes,
President of
she's
Treasury?
the MP that represents Vanier, so I do. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And I take it that when you contacted her at one juncture, you asked her to help you with respect to removing police blockades that were affecting the market and your area. Is that fair?
I did not, no, that was not my request.
Now,
That may have been my colleague in the market, but it was not me.
and in the videos my friends from the commission played for you, those videos taken by you, you would agree that there was no honking or noise in the background in those videos, was there?
In some there were, not in those particular videos, but at times there was honking. There wasn't as much honking at Coventry, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what time? I saw all the videos, that was
Roughly
it was
6 p.m.
Roughly 6 p.m. So,
Well, the first weekend that was roughly 6 p.m. On the second weekend, it was 9 a.m. in the morning.
okay,
So it depends. I was there at different times.
right. But you agree in both those videos, there's no loud noises, there's no honking while you're driving and taking those videos?
There was honking. Yes, there was definitely honking. There was some loud noises. Whether they were as loud as downtown, no, they were not.
Okay.
But there was definitely honking, and depending at times too. Also, yeah, no, there was not.
Right. And were you aware that on January 25th, 2022, the city of Ottawa received an email from the Hotel Association here in town stating that the truckers and protesters had booked stays for over 30 days?
I was not aware of the email, but I do know that Steve Ball from the Hotel Association was on many of our calls, especially in the third and fourth weekend and near the tail end of them. And he did make that aware to us. He also pointed out to the fact that there was a lot of hotels that couldn't be accounted for because they would be booked through third party.
Right.
So the hotels.coms or things like that.
So is it fair to say that to your knowledge that the municipality of the city of Ottawa knew on January 25th, 2022, that these protesters and truckers were intending to stay a lot longer than the weekend?
It appears to me that they should have known that, yes.
Right. And you had mentioned that you saw some folks pouring out urine and other fecal matter or what have you.
Just urine.
Yes, okay. And what date was that? Do you recall?
The date is on the video. I believe it was the second weekend, possibly the third weekend. I'm sorry, it's on the video, but
it wasn't at the beginning.
It was not at the beginning, no.
Okay. Were you aware that the protesters and the truckers had applied for and had been given permits for porta potties originally, but those permits were then pulled?
I'm not aware of that, no. But I'm kind of happy to hear that at some point something was permitted, yes.
Well, that was
Sorry.
the beginning, at the beginning. And I just, again, trying to be fair to you.
Thank you.
And you had mentioned that you had seen or heard from some store owner that they had sold out of knives and bear spray. Is that right?
The Canadian Tire, yes. That's what was told to me.
Is it fair to say, though, that you never saw any protesters or truckers running around waving knives?
Most of the people I know that hunt with knives don't wave them around.
Right, good.
So they would be concealed perhaps, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think waving around a knife states whether or not the knife exists.
All right.
Did I see the knife being waved around? No, I did not.
All right. And you never.
Do I trust that the Canadian Tire is telling me the truth? Yes.
Right. So, and you never saw protesters with bear spray?
I was not in the heat of it on the last weekend, if that's what you're implying, no.
And despite that Canadian Tire had sold out of these items, you had no knowledge of who they sold all of these items to. Is that fair?
I had none, no.
So you don't know if you sold them to protesters or if they sold them to local residents. Would that be fair?
I suppose that would be fair, yes. I mean, I suppose we could probably cross-reference credit cards at some point and figure that out, but I don't think that
credit
is
cards.
the case. Well, I don't know.
I think the feds will need to get another order for production for all that.
Likely. Way above my pay grade, sir.
Way above mine, too.
Thank you.
So I believe those are all my questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the Ottawa Police Service.
You don't apologize.
Good afternoon to you both.
Hello.
My name is Jessica Barrow and I represent the Ottawa Police Service.
Thank you, Jessica.
I want to start, we had a bit of a discussion earlier, we heard a bit of a discussion earlier about what information BIAs would typically receive as we're preparing, as the city was preparing for a protest or an activation, as you called it, Mr. McHale. And so I want to unpackage that a little bit, and I'll start with you, Mr. McHale, if that's all right. So in terms of the types of information you would expect to receive, would that typically include the nature and location of any traffic disruptions,
Yes.
as well as any plans the police may have to mitigate any such traffic disruptions?
Yes.
You would also presumably expect to hear about any information the police have available to them about the expected behavior of the protesters,
Within reason, yes.
as well as the expected number of the protesters,
Yes.
and perhaps how disruptive the protest is likely to be to your local businesses?
Yes, on occasion, we've been told about how the levels of cooperation between the organizers and city officials. So yes.
Right. And you would expect to be advised where businesses could direct any concerns they may have should those arise throughout the course of events, correct? I take it, though, that you would agree with me that there may be circumstances under which there are impediments to police disclosing certain information to local businesses. Is that fair?
It's fair.
or that may impede the police's ability to consult with the public or community members or business members and jointly agree on strategies.
Agree with that.
For example, there may be sensitivity or confidentiality around certain operational planning techniques that may be going on at OPS,
I'd agree with that.
as well as in relation to any intelligence information in the possession of the Ottawa Police.
Yes.
And I take it you would obviously agree with me that you could not expect the police to provide information to the public which is not yet known to them.
I would agree with that.
And you would agree that the police may need to quickly or unilaterally adopt or change strategies to address the changing circumstances of an event.
Yes.
We spoke earlier, we heard earlier about the experience that local BIAs and in particular the downtown core have with events and demonstrations and protests in the city of Ottawa, correct?
Correct.
And you've indicated that they're a fairly regular occurrence.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the convoy was unlike any of the previous demonstrations or protests the city has seen?
I would.
More specifically, the size of the convoy was unlike any previous protests local businesses have seen?
Yes.
And the volatility of the convoy was unlike previous protests?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated that previously businesses have never been required to close,
That's correct.
and that this time they did because this protest was very different from all previous ones.
Many chose to close based upon what information or lack of information was provided to them. Yes.
So I want to talk now, we talked sort of in generalities. Now I want to focus on the specific communications that were provided to BIAs in the lead up as well as during the convoy. I want to start with a document. It's an OPS 403228. And if we could go specifically to page 6. If you just maybe scroll down a little bit. Thank you, that's perfect. Can you see here that there's an email exchange between the Ottawa Police and the City of Ottawa?
Yes.
Perhaps just scroll back up a little bit so we can see the date. It's on January 26th at 12:09 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree with me that it says that the community police officers are in touch with downtown BIAs and are providing them with updates to expect large crowds and traffic disruptions? We cannot tell them to stay open or to close, but some businesses may elect to close so as not to get tied up in an anti-vax demonstration.
See that? Yes.
Do you recall that as of this time, which is January 26th, OPS community police officers were in fact reaching out to local BIAs to share information in advance of the convoy's arrival?
Yeah, information is being sent to us and other organizations. Yep.
And this is 2 days prior to the beginning of the convoy starting to arrive on the 28th?
Dates are correct. Yep.
And businesses are being told that there will be large crowds as well as traffic disruptions,
Yes.
and that there is a possibility of anti-vax demonstrations in downtown establishments by convoy participants,
Yes.
but that ultimately the decision has to remain with the businesses as to whether or not to close.
Correct.
I want to take you now to OTT 50166. There's also a 0.0001 on the end if that's required. If we could just scroll down a little bit, you'll see an email to the January 25th email below. That's perfect. So you can see here, it's an email from Sebastian Lemay on January 25th at 11:38 a.m. And you would agree with me that Sebastian Lemay is one of the community police officers, I believe that was testified to earlier.
Yes, he's not mine.
No, but he's,
Yeah.
yes, okay. And you would agree that it tells us a few details about the upcoming convoy, and this is as early as January 25th, correct?
Yes.
The Ottawa Police are in the process of continually monitoring the progression of the convoy. correct?
Sorry.
That they can expect significant traffic disruptions,
Yes.
that police resources will be deployed to mitigate safety risks.
Yes.
And it points you to where you can go to receive regular updates.
Yeah, as we always check regardless.
Right. And then, of course, it promises to disseminate any new information as it's being received. And would you agree that further information subsequent to this was disseminated in a similar fashion from either this community police officer or others that were local to your area?
Yes, we'd get other emails similar in nature and broadness.
Great. Ms. Carrier, I want to turn to you if you wouldn't mind for a minute. I'm going to take you to OPB 401257. Thank you. So this is the minutes of the Ottawa Police Services Board special meeting that took place at 1 p.m. on January 26th. If we can turn to page 2 of that document, we see an agenda item that reads operational briefing on weekend demonstrations. And it's the chief's report. Did you watch this meeting?
I did.
You did. So we may not need to go through all this since you obviously watched the meeting, but would you agree that the meeting informed community members on the fact that this was a fluent event that could go on for a prolonged period? And we, of course, saw the same sentence in another communication as well. Is that correct?
I would agree that that's the information that was made to all public. Yeah.
And that the event was unpredictable?
Yes.
And that existing intelligence was that protesters were peaceful, but that they would update if that were to change?
Yes.
And if we turn to page 4 of this document, the second last bullet. We're going to update the information, correct?
Correct. And again, this wasn't to BIAs, this was to the public.
Right, but you were permitted to attend and did in fact attend, correct?
I just want to point out you're out of time.
Okay.
So if you want to wrap up or get to
Sure.
a point, a lot of this I think has been a bit repetitious.
Sure, I'm happy to wrap it up. I just want to ask a couple more questions to you, Ms. McHale. Is it true that you were in a fairly frequent, sorry, Mr. McHale,
Me?
Ms. Carrier, you were in frequent communication with your community police officer throughout that time?
That's actually a very good question because our NRTs in Vanier were pulled from us and taken downtown. So I was not in communication with my own normal OPS people with who I transige, I don't know what that word is in English, but that I work with whom I normally interact, was in liaison with the community officer for the byword who was now doing 5 BIAs.
But you were speaking with, I believe, with Constable LeMay, correct?
Yes.
Right, okay. And you would frequently,
That, just so we're clear, that's not the constable I would normally deal with.
right, but you were in communication
Mine
with,
were taken away.
with someone from Ottawa Police, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and he was responsive?
Yes.
Yes, and you would raise complaints or concerns?
Yes.
Or information you had found on social media, for example?
Yes, though there was a sense that
he didn't necessarily have the, I don't know how to explain it, but he's not a senior level executive of the Ottawa Police.
Would he
Force.
indicate, though, in response to those emails that he was passing the information
Yes.
along to whomever maybe would be that senior individual?
Yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you both for your time.
Thank you. Now, okay, former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Can I ask you to start with both of you separately? Would you agree that the event that you've described, this protest, was in your experience unprecedented?
Yes.
Yes.
As to its scale? Yes?
Yes.
As to the demeanor of the protesters?
Yes.
And equally as to the police response. There was a larger police response to this protest or occupation than you had seen ever before.
I would say at the end of the occupation, there was a larger police presence than before. I would say that from my vantage point where my office was and where I'm located, that the police presence throughout didn't appear to be much larger to me visually compared to other events.
Right. Over a longer duration, obviously.
Yes.
You agree?
I would
Ms. Carey?
agree with what Kevin said, yes.
Okay.
In the beginning, not so much, but near the end, definitely more.
Understood. Now, in respect of the things, and my colleague from the police service just asked you this, but just so I understand it and for the commissioner's purposes, neither of you is suggesting that you have better insight into the community of security intelligence or police intelligence than have police agencies.
Correct?
No, correct.
Okay. And you would, I want to come to the meetings, if I can, that you had with police, and you've had your police liaison officers in the community with whom you've spoken, both of you, correct?
Correct.
And in that respect, you had the same or perhaps better access to police than you have had in other protests. Would that be true?
I would say that the call initiated by Matt Fleury's and in his office allowed us to have a daily conversation with community officer or occasionally somebody slightly higher in rank. I would say that throughout that, we didn't receive any additional insight or information more than what was being released in press releases during that time.
Daily, just stopping there, you had daily contact with police?
Almost daily, as long as they weren't being pulled into some other action or meeting.
And which, if they were, you understood why?
Completely.
Ms. Carey, you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And Mr. McHale, a couple of things. You told us, I think, that you had met with Chief Slowly, or he attended these calls on one or you thought two occasions, correct?
Yeah, again, we held about 30 some of these calls, so I can't remember all, but I would absolutely state that he was on at least one call.
Yes.
Sure. Yes.
And you thought perhaps two, probably two?
Possibly two. And again, I apologize.
Okay.
And had a lot of them.
Ms. Carrier?
I only recall one.
Okay. And you both gave statements of your anticipated evidence. You were interviewed by our friends for the commission, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And did you read those statements before you came here today?
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, again.
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
I understand the issue. Did you read them before you came here today?
No. I have not.
No.
Okay. At the time you gave the information to the commission, you did your best to provide information that was accurate and complete, correct?
Correct.
To my knowledge, yes.
And you knew it was important.
Yes.
You knew, for example, that it was going to be disclosed to, among other people, the lawyers and parties who are here today, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Mr. Commissioner, there's one issue I wish to raise that concerns the rule about the use of these statements, and it specifically concerns the suggestion that Chief Slowly made a statement that one of the witnesses, Ms. Carrier, referred to. May I simply ask the witness to confirm that the statement that she provided to you was not found anywhere in her statement?
I think you can go ahead and ask whether or not that's she's made that statement before. But
Thank you.
I don't think you can cross-examine on that statement, unfortunately. It was not put into evidence, and we don't know the circumstances in which that was done, et cetera. But
That's fair.
I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you very much. Ms. Carrier, prior to prior to your saying that Chief Slowly told you on a call that he was scared, am I correct that you didn't say that before to anyone?
To the commission?
Yes.
I've said it several times, yes, but not to the, perhaps I didn't say it the day of the commission interview.
Well, do you accept from me that the statement of your anticipated evidence doesn't refer anywhere to a statement?
Wait a minute, I don't think that's
Okay.
correct. This is
All right.
not a statement of anticipated evidence. I think that's been made clear.
Okay.
And I think that's going beyond what I allow.
All right, thank you. So then, may I, Mr. Commissioner, because it's important, I'll simply say this, Ms. Carrier, isn't it true that what Chief Slowly said on the call was that he understood why people in the community, including presumably from the BIA, were frightened in respect of what they were observing and experiencing? But at no time did Chief Slowly say that he was scared or frightened personally. Would that be fair to him?
No, I
Right.
think he said, I think it was definitely in the intention that you were saying. I don't think that he was like, I'm terrified and I don't know what I'm doing. That's not what I'm implying. What I'm implying is that he was very candid with us. We had gone through a very difficult weekend. He was very candid with us, and he, I think, was relating that he too was scared. There were things that were happening that, there was a lot going on.
But that was not something that you have said previously.
I've said that several times previously, but not to the commission.
Okay. And can you tell me, please, Ms. Carrier, on what date did that meeting take place?
To my recollection, I don't recall. I believe it was the Tuesday after the 1st.
But you don't
So the
recall?
1st or 2nd of February, I would assume.
Right, you would assume. Can you tell us what else the chief described? Any specifics that he described?
He described a very fluid moving protest and occupation. He described what he had said a lot in the press conference, that there were lack of resources, that this was something that was evolving by the minute, that this was unprecedented. I want to say I have tremendous respect at that time for Chief Slowly, and I believe, I don't know what his intentions were, but I believe
Before any questioning continues. Those are statements that are provided to commission counsel. They are not attributable to the witness. They are statements of what commission counsel anticipate a witness may or may not say. They should, commission counsel's view, that they should only be questioned upon in extraordinary circumstances, and they shouldn't be serving as the basis for these examinations.
I'm basing that on a statement that was made to commission counsel that businesses were completely crippled.
Are you referring to the statements during the hearings today?
Statements during the hearings.
Okay, then that's fine.
And all of these items came from statements during the hearings. I'm aware of the issue. Would it be fair to say that from your perspective, the primary cause of these issues was congestion resulting from illegal parking in downtown streets?
I think that was one of the issues.
But specifically I'm talking about specifically the issues with regard to access to loading zones, access by delivery services, and those sort of things. With regard to those issues, would you say the primary cause was congestion?
Sorry, when I consider congestion, I consider that a fluid moving traffic of congestion. This was not a fluid moving traffic of congestion. This was blockaded. These were cars that were parked that weren't moving. These were loading zones. These were handicap parking that were being blocked for hours and days on end, well beyond the normal scope.
I think we may be in violent agreement here. So you'd say that illegal parking was the
Definitely.
proximate cause of those issues.
Correct.
And does the city of Ottawa typically enforce parking laws and bylaws?
Typically, yes, very well.
And in the context of the convoy protest, there wasn't any real enforcement of parking laws and bylaws, was there?
There wasn't the usual level that we would be accustomed to in a circumstance like this.
And you were not satisfied with the level of enforcement?
I will be honest and tell you that this was not a problem that was specific to Vanier, but on behalf of my colleagues and BIAs that are central, we were not satisfied with the level to which those types of things were being dealt with.
Thank you. You mentioned that unlicensed free food services were being operated on the sidewalks immediately outside Ottawa restaurants, and that this negatively impacted restaurant revenues. Do you remember making that statement today?
I do.
Does the city of Ottawa typically allow unlicensed food services to operate on city sidewalks?
Absolutely not.
In the context of the convoy protest, there was no real enforcement of food licensing requirements, was there?
No.
All right.
And I can tell you, I just ran an event where there was 2 people serving food, local businesses, and they were more enforced than anything I saw then.
Right. You also stated that you saw tents set up. I believe this was, and I'll skip this one for the very issue that you mentioned. You indicated that, or it was indicated that many businesses chose to close during the convoy protests, and that this was a choice and not a requirement. Do you remember that statement being made by your colleague?
I do remember that statement being made by my colleague.
But some businesses chose to remain open and did quite well revenue-wise due to the increased foot traffic resulting from the protests. Is that correct?
Some, I think, did well, yes.
All right. Well, those are my
To my
questions.
knowledge.
Thank you very much.
To my knowledge, no, they did not. I don't know. I'm not the best person to answer that question, but sorry.
Okay. Next is the Council for the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner, and sorry to single you out, Ms. Carrier, but I wanted to ask you just a few questions about your emails. My name is Brendan Van Nienhuis, and I'm one of the Council for the Government of Canada.
Thank you.
Could we call up COA 6073? While that's coming up, Ms. Carrier, you provided some of your own content that we watched earlier to the Ottawa Police Services, but you also provided some open source social media content from what you found online, right?
I did.
And that was usually to a Sebastian Lemay there?
Correct.
Was that your usual contact?
During the occupation, yes.
Okay. And so this item here, if we can just go down to the bottom, you're providing Sebastian Lemay with a link to a TikTok live, is that right?
Correct.
And you say it's Ottawa Jam, the airport?
Correct.
What do you recall, or what was your interpretation of what you saw and sent to him?
I believe that specific TikTok live was Pat King TikToking live, so broadcasting live from his car, stating that he and other vehicles were leaving Coventry and on our way to the airport to disrupt the airport as well.
Okay. If we can go to another example, it's COA 50118. And again, if we just go to the bottom here, this is on February the 8th, is it?
It looks like, yes.
Yes, and you sent again another TikTok live to Sebastian Lemay at the Ottawa Police Service.
Correct, yes, I did.
Yes, you say on this TikTok live, they are openly discussing tactics for breaking laws, right?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the specific content of this TikTok live that you were reporting to him?
There was a lot that I sent, but I believe in this particular one, it was just references to a I think this particular one was references to diesel cans being filled with water and not diesel to confuse police officers. And I don't recall the rest. I apologize. I did not review this particular.
No, that's fine. That's part of the nature of the TikTok live. Is it
Right.
that it is it ephemeral or it goes away after the stream is done generally?
Yes, although you can save copies of, you can record your screen on your phone. So
Am I
so
correct?
often TikTok lives will be rebroadcast as non-live events.
And in fact, if you go up to the top of this document, you see Sebastien Lemay's reply to you addresses that precise question, right? Do you know if there is a way to view TikTok lives after the fact, right?
That's correct.
And you've just told us that you can do that if, am I correct that that's only if the streamer actively chooses to make their TikTok live available as a live replay?
To be clear, I'm not a TikTok expert. I'm just a hockey mom that watches way too much TikTok. But my knowledge is, and certainly during this period, to my knowledge, the person can take their video and rebroadcast it. But also, if I'm watching your TikTok, I can record my screen and then share a version of that. So there are times after this where there were TikToks that I recorded parts of the screen for my own posterity to remember.
But there's a large volume, as you say, out there that you were looking at in large volume that from time to time you would send on to the police, right?
I wouldn't say a large volume that I sent on to them, but I would certainly report back to them and Sebastien. And in the daily meetings, there are things that I would report from what I'd seen the night before.
Okay, and you weren't in a position to be able to record large volumes of it for a
I
permanent?
was not in that position.
Can we go lastly to COA 6068? You were asked earlier about complaints that you had received from members of your BIA and their contacts. And some of those questions were about being informed that the Canadian Tire store near Coventry had sold out of bear spray, right?
This particular one, I believe, is the, oh, yes. This particular email is not the bear spray.
This
email.
is not, that's correct.
Right.
I'm just reminding you that you were asked about
Oh,
that
yes.
earlier.
Yes, I was asked about this earlier, so I would report back on some of the things that I would hear from the manager.
Sure. And here again, this is you know, the top is Merci Natalie, it's Sebastien Lemay thanking you for sending this along, right?
Correct.
And if you go to the very bottom of this, what you're forwarding here, if you keep going to the very bottom email from February the 10th, you see that?
I do.
This is what you're relaying on, that the Canadian Tire, at least according to what you've been told, has also sold out of gas cans, Canadian flags,
Correct.
and the powerful handheld horns and smaller marine horns.
This was on the first weekend or like around the first and second weekend, yes.
Okay.
And this was from my community association with who we work very closely, so.
Okay. And you reported that on to the police?
I reported it to the police, correct. There was a sense at times that BIAs were sort of in a position to have the ear of people, so there oftentimes our community associations will rely on us for those types of things.
Thank you, those repercussions.
Thank you.
Okay, and finally, next is the Ottawa Coalition.
It's going to keep asking you.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Kevin and Natalie.
Afternoon.
Think you're going to be a TikTok star after your
Oh my
performance today?
God. My husband told me this was going to happen and I said no. Sorry.
Kevin, I'll just start with a couple of questions for you. We heard that some businesses did stay open, notwithstanding the different people coming in with masks and so forth. Did you hear from your members or have any information about how those businesses felt they did revenue-wise as compared to they might at other times?
A couple businesses. We have a number of tourist shops on Spark Street. So the owner reported, he sold a lot of Canadian flags. They were moving out of his store very quickly. It's a product he sells regularly. And we had some eateries that would try to open and try to close, in particular on that first weekend. Again, they were just trying to serve customers. And some actually even saw it as a potential opportunity because, again, we had been under this unexpected lockdown over the Christmas season and through January. My members, we were all set to host Winterlude, which is a massive event here in the city of Ottawa. And my members, we had just found out a couple weeks before that it had been canceled because of the COVID surge. So a lot of my businesses were like seeing that, oh, maybe there's an opportunity again on a weekend to make some money. But the ones that did open, vast majority found it just impossible to manage the crowd and keep their staff safe and to avoid confrontation in their stores.
And just to confirm, I'm not sure if it's been clarified precisely in the evidence so far. At the time of the first weekend of the convoy, there had been a complete lockdown. Stores and restaurants weren't allowed to be open. Is that right?
Correct.
And then after, when they were allowed to open, public health regulations around the mandatory wearing mask was still in place. Is that
correct?
Right? Okay.
Very much so.
And you told us that about some businesses concerned about being open because of having to enforce the mask public health guideline. Did some of them encounter other issues making it difficult for them to open? For example, staff being able to make it to their location?
I didn't specifically hear that. A lot of the businesses, again, many of our businesses, because COVID didn't have staff, where they'd have 2 or 3 staff working a sandwich shop, as an example. It was down to just the owner in the business. So that owner would try to make a go of it on their own. But that would be the unmanageableness of, I mean, there's still limitations on the number of people in your business, and then again, you getting a large group of people in your place and trying to manage that crowd, and it was quite difficult for them.
You told us that some of the information that you were told to get from the Ottawa Police was by following social media and so forth of the police. Can you recall, were the Ottawa Police putting out any guidelines or advisories with respect to the population generally in Ottawa about going downtown?
Yeah, advisory to citizens was to avoid the downtown area if possible, which vast majority of people just take as stay away. And we've seen that twice now with the motorcycle event a few months later, and some other activations now. But businesses never get that instruction. The instruction to business has always been business owner must make that decision on with their best judgment. And so that can be very difficult for a business. Again, they feel the pressure to, if they do have staff, keep their staff. They don't want to cut their hours, but business has been so hard. It's how do you, if you do have staff, now you're paying them, it's coming out of your pocket. It's been economically, it's been a very difficult 2 years for small business. And so it's hard to make those decisions. So even when they would try to just open themselves again, no one was coming into the businesses to buy per se, certainly on the retail and service side. They were just coming in to warm up and see if they could use the bathroom more often than not.
Thanks. I'm going to ask you a question about a document, and I'll just ask Registry if they can put it up. It was the OPS document ending in 3228. It's OPS 3228. And when you get it up, I want to go to page 6. While we're waiting for that to get up, Kevin, you'd mentioned about Google reviews. I've heard of a local law firm that has suddenly seen their ratings plummet from these 1-star reviews. Have any of your members heard of any way to correct that?
You can contact the Google or Yelp and look to provide evidence as to why that could happen.
And just to follow on, if you followed up with Google several times about that, any other tips or guy?
They're a bit of a beast to deal with, yes.
Thanks. Okay, great. So this is OPS 3228. Can you roll to just the end of this page?
Excuse me.
Okay, just stop there actually. So our community police officers are in touch with downtown BIAs and providing them with updates to expect large crowds and traffic disruption. So that was the phrase or the information that was put to you by the Ottawa Police Council. Can you just go down, keep going down? Keep going. Okay, here, this is internal Ottawa Police. They're talking about what information should be provided to BIAs. Hi, Julie, do you know if OPS is or will be in discussion with some of the BIAs that could see big impacts? And I think this is about January 25th. I recall OPS having these types of discussions for previous events. Is that the case for this event? So just on that, when there's other big events that are happening or big demonstrations or protests, does OPS share information with the BIAs typically about road shutdowns or interruption in service or bus routes and stuff like that?
Yeah, I would usually go back to the Canada Day as a prime example, or a Remembrance Day as an example, where road closures are in place to allow the celebration of Canada Day or support our veterans and our past veterans. Where there's a memo will come out with road closures and et cetera, et cetera. It's pretty standard down in the core. It's very rare that I would get something per se from OPS, which is very detailed. I mean, we saw that note come out that said call 911 or call 311. That's pretty standard in Ottawa for years. That's how you triage everything here. But in terms of actually having a Zoom call or a specific communication going just to BIAs in our area, specifically around Parliament Hill, which would be myself, Bank Street, and Byward, no, I don't often get much.
Thanks, Kevin. Natalie, I just have a couple questions for you. Just to assist some of the people and some of the council who may not be from Ottawa, I think there might be some misconceptions about where Coventry Road and the location, the parking lot where all those trucks were set up, where that is in relation to downtown Ottawa.
So it's slightly northeast, 5 kilometers from downtown Ottawa.
So it's, okay. So
But it is joined, so you can loop normally you can loop from Beechwood to St. Patrick's to King Edward or Dalhousie, and then back from Rideau that turns into Montreal Road and so forth. So.
And we've heard some reference at time, or we will hear reference about a red zone that the Ottawa Police was calling the red zone. Where was the red zone?
I believe in the beginning,
Roughly,
there was
your
no
understanding.
red zone in Vanier. I think it ended at the river.
Yep.
There was no red zone in Vanier, despite me stating that there was more happening at Coventry.
Right.
But the red zone was not, Vanier was not in the red zone, no.
Right.
It was, to my knowledge, I think, SJAM, so Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, to I think it was Bank, Catherine, and then down towards the market.
So Coventry Road was about 5 kilometers from the red zone?
Correct. Well, it would have been at that point, like the edge of the red zone, maybe 2 or 3 kilometers from.
And the continuous honking, was that going on at Coventry in the same way as it was in the red zone?
There were moments that it was very loud there and other times that it wasn't. There was a sense that that was their recovery area as well. That's where the hot tubs got delivered on the second weekend. There was, food, and there was a very jovial sort of atmosphere at times, and other times a very tense atmosphere there. So there was, daytime, you'd see a lot of families that were heading downtown, and then in the evenings, things would seem a bit more.
So it's like,
Depends on there was tension days, right? There were days that it's a long period. Some days were different.
so like it appeared that some people would go to the red zone and then go back to Coventry
Correct.
for a respite from.
As
the
I said
flames.
earlier, it felt like there was like almost shifts that were running, people that would either bring stuff downtown and then come back. There was a sense of like, almost like a base camp where sandwiches were being made and then shift downtown. And then, I saw myself lots of jerry cans being filled with gas in very unsecure, certainly not legal, by normal standards ways, off the back of a pickup truck in a big oil barrel or cisterns or things like that on the ground in Coventry parking lot.
Yeah, and you told us a bit about permits and so forth. Permits for tents, for example. You were mentioning about like engineering that to be checked for. Why would they be checked for engineering? Because of
most tents used in events have to be fire retardant. So if you're going to cook within a tent, it has to have a fire retardant fabric so that if anything happens, it won't cause a huge fire. There's also levels of pressure. So often big tents need to be anchored either with spikes into ground, or they have to be held back by big concrete slabs. And often an engineer has to determine, how much concrete needs to hold it if the wind takes it. So there's lots of different regulations around building it to build it as high. So you would need fall safety to put some of those tents up, depending on, how high your pole is. Anything over 6 feet that you climb on a ladder, you need a fall safety training, for example. So there's lots of just little things like that. I mean, that people likely do in their farms or anywhere most times, but not usually as part of a big public event in the middle of the nation's capital.
Right. And these permits, what is your understanding of the purpose of these permits? Is it just a way for the city to generate revenue, or do they serve?
No, I think it's all about public safety, right? It's about public safety and standards of operation that are based on years and years of the city. You know, Ottawa is often called the festival city. We host, you know, I think there's 120 festivals in the summer here in Ottawa. So there's a lot of, you know, it's really about public safety.
You're
my last
time.
Can I ask one last question?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You had told us, Natalie, about the interaction with Chief Slowly and your recollection of what he said. Is there some reason why that resonated so much to you? Or should I put another way?
I mean, I think because at time, you know, because at times like this, in what was considered for us at least a crisis, for a lot of people in Ottawa, a crisis, you turn to your leaders to have a plan and to be stable. And I remember very specifically feeling, and I will say feeling for the sake of, you know, this audience, feeling like there was a sense that maybe our leaders were a little shaken. And that's scary.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner, for the indulgence.
Okay, any brief additional questioning?
I have one question in re-exam. Mr. McHale, it was put to you some questions about federal assistance. Were there any costs that federal assistance did not cover, or federal or provincial, sorry?
Well, there were limitations on how much coverage there was. So each business was 15,000 total. Which depending on the size of business. So while you may not have hit the full use of the fund, an individual business may have only incurred $2,000 or $3,000 of expenses during that time. It didn't cover potential lost sales, as an example. So that's obviously a big thing. So you weren't able to factor in your gross revenues lost that you could compare to a couple of years ago or a year before. Your rent may not have been the full coverage amount. The other side would be is that a larger operator, a large independent restaurant would potentially, their rent would be $10,000. So the $10,000 or $15,000 was really insignificant to their operating costs. So it was, I would say that the majority of my members did absolutely benefited from that funding. It was very much appreciated, especially in the way how quickly it flowed into the downtown businesses that were affected. I'll use the word unprecedented positively in the sense of how quickly it came in. Unfortunately, for a lot of businesses, it didn't quite meet what they needed in order to make the recovery from the 3-4 weeks of business loss. I would also say that because businesses specifically on Spark Street were actually fenced in after the protesters and activation was moved because the security perimeter was kept up for an additional week. So there was a lot of limited number of businesses in the downtown core were affected for a week after the occupation was done.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're at the time for lunch. It's if we could come back at 2:00, that would be much appreciated because we have a big afternoon, which will probably take us past 6 o'clock and maybe even past 7 o'clock. So again, I want to thank council for respecting the timelines. That's much appreciated, particularly on a day like today where we have a lot of evidence. So we're going to rise until 2 o'clock. And thank you to the witnesses. I forgot. Thank you both. Thank you. Much appreciated. Un grand merci.
I am thanking you, and you are going back to my city of origin.
You tried to blame me, tried to shame me, brought the fight to my door. Now you're running scared, bet you never thought that I'd come and pull up at yours. All the things that you tried to cast away, you're now washing up on your shores. All the high water and hell I've been through prepared me for this war. I'm not afraid, I won't back down. Blaring the horns outside of your ivory tower, till the walls come down from the mighty sound, marking your final hour. Try with all of your might to defy the holiness that you tried to sour. You'll never win, your time has come. My strength comes from a higher power that shines a light on your darkness. And all the things that you tried to hide and opens up every closet. Don't gotta look far to find the light. Now the cage is open and the flames are roaming, and we walk together like a lion pride. You'll never tame us, now watch us raise up and purify with the fire inside.
No fear till the walls come down and we see clear.
Unshakable, unmovable, unwavering, unbreakable. Like tides that breathe and rising seas, unstoppable, untamable. The light that lives within us has no rival, is untouchable, infinite, limitless, indestructible. They're terrified to let us shine. When we stand together, we're ironclad in unity. There's power greater than the type these tyrants have, sending in their thugs who find us smiling back at their violent acts. Now that the dam is broken, there's no hope for them to wind it back. We're coming into our power and realizing what we really need. And it's not advice from a coward who says more restrictions will set us free. There's no weight behind it like powder. All we need is each other now. Vibration raising, their plan is failing. Their house of cards is coming down. The force that courses through our veins is powerful and permanent, and flows from high in heaven, somewhere far beyond the firmament. The darkness had its day, but only paved the way to a total shift where planet Earth and humanity live in harmony without globalists.
No fear till the walls come down and we see clear.
Unshakable, unmovable, unwavering, unbreakable. Like tides that breathe and rising seas, unstoppable, untamable. The light that lives within us has no rival, is untouchable, infinite, limitless, indestructible. They tried to hold us down, but the extra weight just made us stronger, kicked us to the ground. But we got up and stood up taller, tried to demonize our pride, but all they did was make us prouder. Tried to cover up our voices and only made us raise them louder. Tried to keep us from our faith, locked our churches, cuffed our preachers. Now our prayers are even louder. They created more believers, tried to block and censor us and bury us in lies, but that made us better judges. All they did was make us wise. There's nothing they can do to stop these changes that are coming. The angel choirs are singing and our ancestors are drumming. Child, smile and do not fear, for the devil cannot play a hand that isn't drawn from his creation and all a part of our Father's plan.
No fear till the walls come down and we see clear. Hand in hand, heart to heart, and now let us run. A brand new
Indestructible.
forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, Lord God. In Jesus' name, amen. Jesus, thank you, Lord. Hallelujah.
high budget film needs to be seen. Here is a doctor in Canada talking about the massive increases in miscarriages.
Nagase, the very famous doctor who treated 3 of his patients with ivermectin and they survived. He is a hero for all Canadians right now, and we are so very fortunate to have him here. Dr. Nagase, we noticed that you were creating some attention in North Vancouver a couple of days ago with these stillborn babies in the hospital there. Can you tell us a little bit about the outcome of that?
From one of the local doctors in North Vancouver, Dr. Mel Bruchet. He has contacts all through Vancouver, and some doulas who work in Women and Children's Hospital, which isn't in North Vancouver, it's in Vancouver, Vancouver. It's one of the birthing centers for Vancouver. They had 13 stillbirths in a 24-hour period. That was what I heard. But the thing is, I've also heard a similar story out in Waterloo, Ontario. So in Waterloo, Ontario, I have a more reliable statistic that there was 86 stillbirths between January and July. And normally it's only 5 or 6 stillbirths every year. So about 1 stillbirth every 2 months is the usual rate. So to suddenly get to 86 stillbirths in 6 months, that's highly unusual. But the confirmation, the most important confirmation that we have from the Waterloo, Ontario report was that all of the 86 stillbirths were fully vaccinated.
Fully vaccinated mothers. That's right. So we're seeing a correlation.
We're seeing a correlation. And certainly when you see a correlation, then you have to start asking, in the water in Waterloo, is there something, is there something in the air? Is there some toxin in the food supply? But when you see the same correlation in different parts of the country, in Vancouver, and then in Waterloo, and you see an increase in stillbirths, you have to ask yourself what is going on that is both in Waterloo, Ontario and Vancouver, BC, that is suddenly causing an increase in stillbirths.
All right, the full video is up on Infowars.com. In this article, health minister questioned about reported explosion in fully vaccinated mothers experiencing stillbirths at a massively increased rate. And she just says, nope, government says it's totally safe. Pregnant women should take these shots. Until about 10 years ago, every major government in the world said a pregnant woman should never take a vaccine because it can cause an autoimmune response and make the woman reject the baby. This is
So we know everybody up there. We know everybody up in GP. We're going to put something together. I can't stand it. See, here's something that me and GP have a lot of history with. GP's written down just like Red Deer. Now, I'm in Red Deer. The layout of the city, everything. I worked in GP for about 10 years. I worked down the Warehouser Road, Grand Cache, up north Beaver Lodge, Sexsmith, Dawson Creek. I damn near moved to GP. I was that close. My office was out of Valley View. So GP holds a special place in my heart. And I love Grand Prairie. Grand Prairie was the next oil boom town next to Estevan, Saskatchewan. And Grand Prairie, we did convoys up in Grand Prairie. If some of you Grand Prairie people remember, we had some of the largest convoys 4.5 years ago were up there. And the amount of support that came from that urged us to push these convoys across Canada. So I would like to get back up there to GP, show our support for everybody in Grand Prairie, and that'll be within the next coming days, or if not, early next week. That being said, I want to speak with all my convoy brothers and sisters about that, and I want to speak to Canadians in general across this country that are watching. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another convoy. It's time for another convoy to Ottawa, and I'm going to start getting this in the works. I want to get a hold of all my truck drivers that we all worked with on the trip. I want to get a hold of everybody who's got free equipment. If you're willing to provide, if we could provide drivers, we'll represent your companies again. We are going to do another nation-to-nation convoy. I promised Andrew Scheer, I promised Pierre Poilievre, I promised Maxime Bernier, and I definitely sent the message to Trudeau the last time we were there. I said, the next time I have to come back here with a convoy, it's going to be a nationwide convoy.
Better go.
Look on the map, I think I've been there before.
I know you're tired, but let's be grateful that we've been able to fight this war with means from the comfort of our home and not from the trenches of Normandy. The next time that you think about putting on a mask because you don't want to deal with the busybody at the store, ask yourself if your grandfather, who slept in trenches, would say if your battle was hard or not. And then stick that breathing barrier back in your pocket, because as long as everyone appears to be complying with this symbol of submission, nothing is going to change.
Each and every single one of you who walk fearlessly, compassionately with love, your Creator built you that way for today, for this time, to be beacons of light, to let people know and remind them of who they are. And they say that every truth passes through 3 stages. In the first, it is ridiculed. In the second, it is opposed. In the third, it is regarded as self-evident. And this is where we are. It has taken 2 years, but I think people are finally waking up to understand this is not about your health. This is about control. And as we stand here, understand we are fighting for humanity. We are not fighting each other. We are fighting a group of people that want to oppress us. We have to be strong, because once we all come together, there is no stopping us. And there is very few of them, and there are billions of us. And light does not negotiate with darkness.
The Word of God says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, and if they will pray, then I will hear their prayers and I will heal their land.
Pull you into the water till we come out clean. Things left in the dark are not what they seem. Hush down the darkness, listening. Pull you into the water till we come out clean.
Afraid to take a stand, take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand, come take my hand. We'll walk this road together through the storm, whatever weather, cold or warm. Letting you know that you're not alone. Holla if you feel like you've been down the same road. Shit and cut the crap. I shouldn't have to rhyme these words in the rhythm for you to know it's a rap. You said you was king, you lied through your teeth. For that, fuck your feelings. Instead of getting crowned, you're getting capped. And to the fans, I never let you down again, I'm back. I promise to never go back on that promise. In fact, let's be honest, at last we laughed. CD was aired, perhaps I ran them accents into the ground. Relax, I ain't
It's salt. Get this on the internet. It's salt.
I'm following the stream right now.
Let me go. Let me go. Do not touch me. You are assaulting me. No. This is not Canada. This is not freedom, you guys. Come on. Fight back against this, you guys. Fight back. Fight back. Look what he's doing to my wrist. Look what he's doing to my wrist.
I see it.
You're hurting me. You're hurting me, though. You are hurting me. You're assaulting me. You're assaulting me. I will go. I will go. No, I will go. I will go. I will go. No, I'm not. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. Help me. I refuse.
You can record just Joshua's precisely.
No.
Yeah, this is good. Nah, she wasn't wearing a mask. No mask? No mask. What happened? No mask. So no mask, what happened? No mask. They told her to leave, she wouldn't leave.
Because I've been yelling for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I want to tell you why, and then I want to ask some questions of Jason Kenney. First of all, my brother-in-law passed away of a fentanyl overdose. Where does the fentanyl come from? China! Ding, 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 ding! I lost my job last April. An American company decided not to take the communist bailout, I guess. What was it, 85% subsidy, something like that. They canned 9 of us. So now here I am sitting out in the rain, wondering why my brother-in-law's passed, wondering why churches are being locked up. So, you know, I'm an IT professional, 25 years. I have the same medical degree as Bill Gates. What do you think of that? And I happen to be in big data. I happen to I've worked in government, I've worked in energy, I've worked in transportation, I've worked for the Ontario Department of Justice, Jason. And I want to ask you this. How many people have to die? How many suicides? How many overdoses? How many businesses need to close in this city, in Edmonton, across this country? How many? How many, Jason? What do they have on you, Jason? What are they blackmailing you with? I want to know. Do they have pictures? Is the children involved? What's going on? I want to know. Because none of this adds up, and it has to come to an end. You think you're locking us down? I'm here to tell you, you can forget it. I am a 10th generation pre-Confederation Métis man. And if this doesn't end, and if we don't get our Canada back, I'm declaring independence for Rupert's Land. The Rupert's Land Act of 1868 was a slave trade. Let me explain. The Hudson's Bay Company had an exclusive fur trading license in New France, which is what Canada was before the British came along. And I think if I got my dates right, slavery ended in 1834 in the British Empire. But lo and behold, the Brits passed the Rupert's Land Act of 1868. That is an act of British Parliament, not Canadian Parliament. And in that act, they paid £300,000 sterling for Rupert's Land. in whole, including all sovereign people. All sovereign people. First Nations, Europeans, their offspring, Métis. They bought them. They didn't get a say. First Nations, they couldn't even write. Perpetuity. Now, they didn't have a word for perpetuity back then. You know what the word was? It was as long as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Well, I'm here to tell you that that agreement is null and void because it was a slave trade. Now, I happen to know something about the slave trade because I worked at an offshore bank. I'm not going to name that bank today, but it was in Bermuda. And I can tell you that they use that offshore secrecy jurisdiction. It is an arm's length from the Golden City of London, the Mile of London. You'll have to look that up to understand what it is. But they basically extract from these globalist corporations, they extract the tax revenue that should be captured here in this country, and they offshore it to the Caribbean. They are pirates. Kind of like Mr. Kenny. He's a pirate. He's one of the lackeys. He's just this little clown. My parents got the shot, just in closing, and I'm terrified that I'm going to lose my parents. I've done the research on this thing. It looks like the shot is a Trojan horse, right? Oh yeah. We used PCR test fraud to bump up those cases. Phase 1, Phase 2, get them all worried, get them wearing masks, and then we give them the delivery system. We pump them with that messenger RNA. That medical device, not a vaccine, according to Judy Mikovits. And they use this full emergency, and here in Canada, that's through order in council, which is in the name of the Queen, because the Crown has royal prerogative. Everybody thinks, oh, the Crown, yeah, we haven't been part of that since 1982. Well, let me tell you, first of all, 1982, Quebec didn't sign the Constitution, which makes it null and void. Not everybody signed, but besides that, the Crown has retained royal prerogative on all matters of national importance. What does that mean? Well, that means
smoking crack cocaine, folks. Not good, not good. Coming in hot. Philadelphia, city of brother-in-law, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe got the fake news. Here I am, folks, not allowed to tweet. Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie O'Donnell's happy, folks. Rosie O'Donnell, big fat cow, Rosie O'Donnell, big fat cow over there. Eating grass, eating grain, Rosie O'Donnell, big fat cow. China, made a virus, folks. But your best favorite president, the tremendous success, made a vaccine, folks. Take it, shoot it, boost it, I did it. I do it all the time, folks. It's tremendous. Wonderful miracle from God, not the God you pray to, folks. The God I pray to goes by Moloch. Moloch is my God, and my God Moloch sent me a miracle, folks. Miracle, you shoot in your arm, shoot in your butt, shoot in your cheeks, and you die, and it's great. I'm the father of the vaccine, folks, father of vaccine. Poor face.
singing, we will rock you. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a young man, hard man, shouting in the street, gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, a big disgrace, waving your banner all over the place. We will rock you. Sing it now. We will rock you. Buddy, you're an old man, poor man, bleeding with your eyes, gonna make you zombie someday. You got mud on your face, big disgrace. Somebody better put your bag into your place. We will rock you. Sing it. We will rock you. Everybody, we will rock you. We will rock you. All right.
She took this shot because she wanted to plan a trip for her 40th birthday in February. That's the only reason she took it. And she booked her appointment for the shot 8 times and canceled 8 times and finally got it on the 9th time. She woke up Saturday morning, it was like a freight train hit her. She was puking profusely, lost control of her bowels. It just intensified. So Sunday morning she woke up, her and her boyfriend woke up, they were getting ready for her day. She was fumbling all over her bed, the bedroom. She was so delirious and disoriented, kind of like signs of a stroke. But when Jolene was brought into the hospital, she was still conscious. And there was blood pooling behind her eyes and what appeared to be unexplained bruising all over her body, as it caused her heart stopped twice and then her organs began to fail, and she passed away around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, October 17th. I'm here and she's not, and she left 4 beautiful children behind.
Our children are my godchildren. It is my right that I have to stick up and fight for them.
So if you're not being told adverse reactions or what could possibly happen to your body, even up into death, then you're not being informed. So a lot of people are taking this blindly and not realizing she's not a statistic. She was someone's mother, someone's daughter, someone's cousin, best friend. Her name was Jolene. I traveled over 6 hours to be here. Not because I wanted to shame anybody who wanted to take this shot, but to see the other side of the coin. All I want is us Canadians, as fellow human beings, to come together and once and for all be unified, right? Because it's disgusting to see how divided we become.
If God out of the equation, we lost everything. And people don't understand that we can all get along.
Some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas.
The president has made a decision to suspend all travel to the United Kingdom and Ireland.
Dis and misinformation circulating over the internet.
Across the world, misinformation about the virus is being shared online.
A significant demand for N95 masks and gloves are on the rise.
The demand for N95 masks to prevent the deadly airborne virus has surged.
We could eventually have 52 million treatment courses per year, but it will take many months to get there.
We're still many months out from having something that we can really deploy to the public.
And 65% of those polled are eager to take the vaccine, even if it's experimental.
The new poll finds that 49% of Americans say they would get a COVID-19 vaccine should an effective one be discovered.
I'm curious, who wrote the Event 201 script?
If the visionaries of the event knew, at least 1 year in advance, what was needed, why didn't they take care of those things? Considering that Bill Gates has donated half of his fortune to make the world safer, why didn't he help to better prepare our hospitals and frontline workers? Why didn't any of the event's wealthy sponsors do something?
Now here we are. We didn't simulate this. We didn't practice.
On behalf of our partners in the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
So both the health policies and economic policies, we find ourselves in uncharted territory.
I wasn't afraid of the shot when I received it. I was excited to do my part for my country. But where is my country for me now that I'm injured?
You told me this vaccine is safe and effective, period.
So, it's been over 9 months since she got her second dose. She can't walk. She's in a wheelchair.
My life has been turned upside down, but I will continue to push forward and fight for the same medical rights and treatment as those who are not in my current position.
CDC, FDA, NIH, we do exist.
Thank you.
You are not.
You will notice that I try to be on time. I can't guarantee you that it will always be the case.
Stop telling the public that you are.
How can you help them fully recover if you're not willing to admit that vaccine injuries are real?
In Taiwan.
It's ready to go. Is Rodriguez?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to call Councillor Catherine McKenney and Councillor Mathieu Fleury to the stand, please.
Oui. Prenez votre temps. Take your time. Get settled down.
Yeah, share the notes.
Yeah.
Councillor McKenney, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'll affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Catherine Ann McKenney, CATHERINE ANN
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Monsieur Fleury, voulez-vous prêter serment ou faire...
Mr. Fleury, do you prefer on the Bible? Please indicate your name and spell it. My name is Mathieu Fleury, Mathieu. Last name is Fleury, Fleury. Do you swear that the testimony that you will offer the commission will be the truth, just the truth, all the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon to both of you.
Afternoon.
Can I confirm you both had an interview with Commission Counsel on September 8 of this year? Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And you've had a chance to review the interview summary that was prepared as a result of that interview, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes. And we have that witness interview summary at WTS.6025. And I'm just going to pull it up here for you to see. And while we're doing that, Councillor McKenney, do you have any corrections you would like to make to your witness summary?
I do not.
Okay. And Councillor Fleury, are there any corrections you would like to make to the witness summary?
There are.
Okay. Yes, please, as we're waiting for that to be pulled up. Yes, thank you. And do you know approximately?
I could pull it up. I have it in email.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll scroll down a bit and maybe just tell us what areas.
It's the area about, keep going down, keep going down, going down. I thought maybe it was above there.
I think it might be up a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's keep going up. I believe it's on this page here above the harassment section. Let's see there, physical
that's
violence
right.
or threats. Okay. So maybe I'll give you an opportunity then to indicate what needs to be corrected.
So the paragraph that begins with Councillor Fleury's home address was posted online without his consent. As a result, a group of protesters drove in a pickup truck to Councillor Fleury's home and attempted to intimidate him. He and his family had to relocate until the protest subsided. Councillor Fleury reported the situation to OPS, but he never heard back from them. Councillor Fleury's wife is Chinese Canadian and was subject to online threats and abuse.
Okay, so how would you like to change that witness statement? What aspects would you?
They're
like
really
to
three separate components. I would define them as the first one is any public office holder. Our information can unfortunately be found online in some instances, and I believe that that's how protesters were able to find my home address and show up. The second section, as a result, all the way to back from them is accurate.
Okay.
And then the final piece relating to my wife is about the abuse that we received as elected officials through email, phone calls, online.
Okay, so we will make those changes, and subject to those changes, the witness summary will be entered into evidence.
Thank you.
Now, I understand that both of you are councillors to the City of Ottawa. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm proud.
Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about the wards you represent? Catherine McKenney, we'll start with you.
The ward I represent is Somerset Ward. We're located in it. The boundary is the canal to the Trillium line, just west of Preston, and then north to the Ottawa River, south to the Queensway, except at Preston, it goes down to Carling for about 3 blocks and then back up on Breton.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury.
So my area is called Rideau Vanier. It is the communities of Lower Town, some would say the Byron Market, Sandy Hill, which includes the University of Ottawa, and the former city of Vanier. My western, or where Councillor McKenney and I share a boundary, is the Rideau Canal. So the first property in my ward is the Chateau Laurier.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pull up a Google map that we've created. It's been shared with the parties. And the orange section on the left there, Councillor McKenney, can you confirm whether that accurately represents the boundaries of your ward?
Yes, it does.
And the area, the orange area on the right there, Councillor Fleury, maybe we can just go over where the boundary is, especially in the middle of the two. It's a little bit hard to distinguish yet.
Yeah, the Rideau Canal. That's right.
Yeah, that's the Rideau Canal there. Okay. So Councillor Fleury, can you confirm that that area represents the boundaries of your ward?
Correct.
And now I just want to take a moment to look at the geography of Ottawa as it relates to the events in question a little bit more closely, because as we know, there are people from outside of Ottawa that are watching and may not have a sense of Ottawa geography. We've touched on a few things this morning, but generally we can see Parliament Hill. If we can just zoom in on Parliament Hill. Okay, there we go. And there's a gray line that's directly in front of Parliament Hill there, and that represents Wellington Street, where a lot of the protest activity was happening. And if we zoom out from here and we look at the areas that are south of Parliament Hill that are captured in your wards, Councillor McKinney, can you give us a sense for where the residential areas are on this map and whether they're confined to a specific area or they're kind of sprinkled throughout, or whether there's a larger concentration in some areas?
Yes, of course. So the largest concentration is occurs from Laurier going south.
Okay, so Laurier, if we can just zoom in a little bit, that's Laurier there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and it goes south from there?
And it goes south from there. And of course, Laurier from Kent going west. On Laurier, there are several high rises as well.
Yes, and so we see Kent, we have the cursor right now at Kent and Laurier, so that's the intersection there.
Correct.
And then on the east side, how far on the east and west sides do the residential areas expand?
The densest parts are to Metcalfe to the east, although there are some residential, some residences on Elgin, but Elgin is a traditional main street. So Metcalfe, certainly, and then going west, Bronson. However, Bronson going down, past Bronson going down Wellington towards Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway also has some multi-residential buildings there as well. But Bronson certainly in the Centertown area is the border.
And Councillor Fleury, where would the residential areas in your ward that were affected in this case by the convoy, where would those be located on this map?
I think the first location would be right beside the new Senate, former Union, which is 700 Sussex, at the corner of Sussex and Rideau.
Okay, so yeah, that's
right beside the Chateau Laurier.
Yeah, so we're right there.
Across the street. So everything behind it is mixed use. There's a lot of ground floor commercial, but a lot of low rise residences in the Byward Market. And then along Rideau Street, you have these very high density buildings that are 20-story and above. Right starting at the Rideau Center with 90 George. You have the 4 Claridge Towers. You have the East Market condos, which are on Cumberland. And you have a lot of density along Rideau, one street up, one street south, which would be on Besser, and you have a lot of density along Cumberland as well.
And Councillor McKinney, can you, if we can go back to the residential Centertown kind of area. Okay, yeah, there we are. Can you maybe give us a sense for, and we'll get to the basis of your knowledge on this in a second, but can you maybe give us a sense for how widespread the trucks were when the convoy was in Ottawa? Where do they go to in terms of walking the roads and it's kind of establishing themselves?
So primarily on Kent, going south as far down as Kent and Somerset is as far as the occupation ever really extended. So Kent to Somerset, Bank Street.
So just one second. So let's
Sorry.
just get to Kent and Somerset for a second, and maybe we'll just we'll put a pin in there just so that we can visualize it. So I believe Somerset is
just up from where
just up, yeah, just in that corner there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, so that's Kent and Somerset. Are we able to drop a pin? Okay, well, we'll have to then just visually visualize it ourselves. Okay, so let's zoom out from there. Okay, and then so that would be kind of the southeast, the southwest corner.
Correct.
And where else from there?
Bank Street had trucks parked on it. Down Bank as far as, I would say, Lisgar. So Lisgar is just north of Somerset.
Okay. Yeah.
1 block north.
Yeah, 1 block north of there. Okay.
And then Metcalfe and O'Connor, but it would expand during the weekends when more vehicles came into the city on the weekends. So Metcalfe and O'Connor, at times, mostly on the weekends, could have a lot of vehicles parked.
Yeah.
But it did expand and contract depending on the time of the week.
So several blocks south from Parliament down to Somerset is about maybe
Correct.
6 or 7 blocks south, and then expanding maybe 5 blocks east to west.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fleury, then in terms of where the convoy expanded into in your area, can you give us a sense based on the map?
Yes, started in front of Chateau Laurier.
Yes, okay, yeah,
So what would be 1 Rideau.
right there.
Yeah, went through the intersection of Sussex. There were a number of, further down towards the Shaw Center, further up towards George Street, all the way down Rideau Street up to Waller.
Okay, yeah, so we just got to go up on the map a little bit here.
Yeah,
Oh, other way.
It's going east.
There we go.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going that way now. Okay.
So towards King Edward,
Yeah.
there were rigs along King Edward, and there were rigs all the way to the Loblaws on Rideau, which is at Nelson and Rideau. So that was the furthest eastern segment. And then there were sections of rigs beside the University of Ottawa, Desmarais building on Nicholas.
Right, and we see a pin there just on the bottom there. Now there's a pin at the top there where it says Shepherds of Good Hope, and I understand there was an incident there. Did the trucks expand up to that area?
Correct.
Okay, so if we can zoom out rather, so we can, it seems pretty expansive then if we're looking all the way up there and then down to the residential areas into Centertown. Okay, so that's very helpful to get a sense for the scope and breadth that we're talking about when we're discussing some of these issues. Okay, I think we can take the map down for now. Just at a high level, and we're going to get into more details, but I just wanted to ask at a high level how the residents in your ward were impacted by the protests of January and February of this year. Councillor McKenney, I'll start with you.
Well, on the first weekend, people were braced for what they anticipated would be serious disruption. They were surprised and frustrated and angry when the city and/or police allowed trucks to actually enter non-truck routes. So trucks, very large trucks parked along Queen Elizabeth Driveway, for example, which is not a truck route, and stayed there for the weekend. And then coming down Kent, Metcalfe, O'Connor. So there was, that first weekend, more of a bracing, just to kind of get through the weekend. Started to see almost immediately, and I started to receive emails, and it was on social media, symbols of hatred, swastikas and Confederate flags, pride flags being, targeted. So there was fear. Certainly people that first weekend who were reporting back to me and calling me and emailing me were fearful, but they were braced for it, and, had been told that it would end on Monday, and waited for that. So after Monday, when it didn't end, it just became in the words of people who were, calling me and talking to me, they felt that they were under a great deal of threat. Seniors reporting that they, had trouble going out. They felt threatened when they went into a grocery store. Residents not being able to leave their apartments. I had to help one couple leave the downtown with a police escort on the first weekend. There was a pride flag in their window. Their apartment was targeted. Somebody had defecated on the back step. And then later that night, a pickup truck with angry people in it came back and were harassing and yelling at them. So at that point, they felt very unsafe, and we had a police escort them out. So it was, a general sense of fear, terror, and dismay that they felt abandoned by their city and by their police.
Councillor Fleury, how about you?
I'd like to add, so just to recognize that everything my colleague said is very similar to the realities that I face, that our communities face. I would add that the number of closures, you have in my community one of the largest commercial properties, which is the Rideau Centre, located at the corner of Rideau and Colonel By. There's 300 businesses in the Rideau Centre. I'm told by the general manager close to 3,000 employees. And they were forced to close on the first Saturday, midday, and it took them about 4 hours with help from police to properly close the facility. Many of the businesses in the Byward Market, there's around, it's hard to give you an official number because there's businesses along Rideau Street, there's businesses in the Byward Market. Many of them are closed for the weekend and never reopened. Those who stayed open, many closed after that first weekend because of incidents with staff, and many incidents were reported relating. There were a number of restrictions in place at the time. Mask wearing, restaurants were not open. There's a number of elements like that which created many incidents with part-time restaurant staff in the Byward Market and on Rideau Street. And then the non-stop noise of that first weekend. We have, as you've seen this morning, and as we've encountered through the realities of walking through the site and communication with businesses and residents, just non-livable area for folks who lived in the Byward Market, lived on Rideau Street, lived on the northern part of Sandy Hill. Non-stop noise, the intimidation when they went out, specifically if they followed regulations and wore masks. There were a number of incidents where bus detours had to be conducted, and we have communications with residents who, for example, waited for a paratranspo. Paratranspo is the accessible bus of Ottawa. Couldn't get to their cancer treatment because the bus couldn't get there, and they were not mobile. There were a number of incidents, as you know, in both Councillor McKinney and I, we have the LRT, the tunnel section. So if you want to access transit, you have to go through long escalators to the platform. And there were a lot of movements between Saint Laurent Shopping Centre and the downtown core, and many incidents on those trains that went unreported. And, fortunately, OC Transpo did adapt, but those first few days to weekends, it was quite challenging, and so much so that many of the transit routes downtown just didn't operate.
And Councillor McKinney, were the businesses in your ward similarly affected?
Yes, they were. Spark Street in particular, and also Bank Street. Bank Street ended up being closed down with trucks parked on it, all the way south to just north of Somerset. So I would say Lisgar. Again, on the weekends is when it really, things would escalate. The transit stations were taken over. They were makeshift kitchens. There were barrels with fires burning on the street. And yeah, it was impossible for anyone to move about without encountering the people in the city who were occupying the city at the time.
Thank you. And I understand that during the second and third weeks, particularly, both of you visited the site, walked around, walked the streets. Can you maybe describe a little bit of what you saw during those walks? I'll start with Councillor Fleury.
Very different from weekends to weekdays. On weekdays, it was more, let's call them permanent occupiers with the larger rigs. As the weekend approached, it was pickup trucks that would be parking anywhere and everywhere and kind of add to the existing weapons that were on the street and that tension that was existing.
Sorry, by weapons, what do you mean by weapons?
Well, for us, you know, having the physical truck on the street created a big weapon. In the spirit of the noise, the pollution of the fumes, the ability for folks to operate their businesses, to open, for us to offer services. There were a lot of rigs at the corner of Sussex and Rideau, and Rideau Centre is kind of that connection point on transit, and for many of the access in and out of the market, and on transit for routes that are coming from the western part of downtown and the eastern part of downtown. So not having access to that Rideau Sussex intersection created that congestion in that space. So, I mean, I could go on and on, but I think you get the picture that there were really like you couldn't live. You couldn't live in that space. It was nonstop noise, nonstop pollution. You couldn't get out because you'd hear yells, you'd get yelled at. There were a number of microaggressions on the periphery of the red zone, particularly in residential communities, with which both Catherine and I lived firsthand and heard directly from residents. And then through the weekend, it was this influx of pickup trucks who would not follow rules. Like, for example, in the market, if you know the Byward Market, and just to locate you a little bit at the corner of Byward and George Street, there's the bay on one side. So there's this big kind of sidewalk, if you will, that leads to Sussex. The road is pretty defined. It's a one lane in each direction with parking bays on each side. Well, pickup trucks were just parked anywhere and everywhere in any direction, on the sidewalk, in vehicular lanes. So even if residents or businesses, for example, like the Bay chapters and so on, their loading zone is right there. They couldn't physically get garbage in and out or their equipment if they wanted to open. So you kind of, I'm giving you an example. It was the same issues along Rideau. It's the same issues along Nicholas and in different parts of the Byward Market.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, what kind of issues did you observe on your walks?
So I started to go out after the first weekend, Monday, when we knew that, you know, about 80% of the large trucks left, but the 20% that were left were remaining and had, we could see, no intention of leaving anytime soon. And as Councillor Fleury said, we would get this surge of people coming into the city who were sympathetic to the, you know, original convoy that had entered. I started to go out that week, walk around. I would go through the convoy and observe. I would meet with residents who were feeling threatened. I delivered food to some people. I delivered pet food to some people in particular who were living in some of our community housing buildings who felt very threatened and not able to go out. I organized one, what we called a safety walk, so that we could come out together as a community. And that happened second week, but we stayed within the residential area away from, where the convoy had taken root. We had organized a second one and we called it off because the environment just felt more threatening, and I didn't. My fear through all of this, and my key concern through all of this, was the safety of residents that I represent, and there was nothing more on my mind than the safety of the people that live in the city and that I represent. So, again, we would get the surge on the weekends, and I have stated before, I will again. I was always careful when I went down, walked through the convoy. I was accosted on a few occasions, but not never felt that I was in any real danger. But walking home through the residential streets was always when I felt the most threatened. It's often when I was threatened. Homophobic slurs, transphobic slurs, just, people recognizing me, from media or other means. So it was more, on the streets going home, it was more those isolated incidents that were the greatest threat throughout and that's what I heard from residents as well. It was uncomfortable. They had to stay safe walking through the convoy, especially if they wore a mask, racialized. But it was outside of that where it was more so the people who were sympathetic to the convoy who were coming into the city and causing that type of fear.
And I'm going to take you then, Councillor McKenney, to a document that you received. It's a video that was sent to you by a resident, and you have mentioned that residents were communicating with you and sending you correspondence. It's at OT 000-12814. Now, first of all, do you recall receiving this video from a constituent?
I do.
And the email indicates it was on February 1st. Do you have a sense for where the video was taken, just based on what you could see there? And we could just show it up again, just to maybe just a still shot of the video. Yeah, you can pause it. Oh, just on pause there. Yeah. So does that give you a sense for where the video was taken?
Yes, it would indicate that it's on Metcalfe Street, either Metcalfe, Nepean. It's just behind the Shopify building, which is on Elgin.
And that's the one we're seeing, that blue kind of beige one that we're seeing there. That's the Shopify building?
Correct.
Okay. And so this is a residential area?
Yes, it is.
And it's in your ward?
Yes, it is.
And is this consistent with the kind of sound level that you experienced in that area?
Yes, it is.
And this is, one video that was sent to you, but were there others in similar kind of nature, or how would you describe this relative to the other emails and communications that you received?
Certainly, it was very consistent with other messages I received, but also social media that I was being sent, and also just being in the area for days and having that type of horn noise going on almost 24/7. It was very, it almost never stopped. It might for half an hour now and then, and it would start up again. And it just traumatized residents. It was very difficult to absorb that terror that residents were living under. It's why I just went down every day, just so that I would be able to give voice to it.
And I'm going to take you now to another email you received, and it's at OTT 30-14415. And so we can see that it's dated February 2nd, and the subject line is Centertown Convoy Disruptions and Noise. And the sender starts by saying, "Good afternoon. I hope you're all having a peaceful afternoon. I'm not. I live on the intersection of Metcalfe and Cooper Streets in downtown Ottawa. Since Friday, I have had a nonstop barrage of truck horns, a very illegal train horn, drunken revelers, and plain old guys screaming in my neighborhood. This is oftentimes directly outside of my window, and I am just above street level. See attached video to experience how loud it was this past Sunday. This started as early as 7 a.m. and over the weekend, I heard honking and screaming until well past 1 a.m. Do you recall this email?
I do.
And this person indicates that they're at Metcalfe and Cooper. And can you confirm that's a residential area within your ward?
Yes, it is.
And this person describes horns as early as 7 a.m. and at times going past 1 a.m. Does that accord with your experience as well?
Yes, it does.
And if we look at the fourth paragraph, this person says, besides all of this, I have anxiety, constantly being on edge, not knowing how long I will have just a little bit of peace and quiet, or if I will be able to safely get groceries. It's taking its toll on me. My jaw hurts from clenching nonstop. My heart constantly races. I have been sleeping on average of 3 to 4 hours a night. I can't stop shaking. I'm barely eating, and my stomach is constantly upset. My anxiety is well controlled in normal times, but prescribed medication and coping mechanisms can only do so much when the threat is real and constant. How would you say this resident's description of the impacts compares to the overall tone of communications that you were having with residents?
This is one of hundreds of emails that I received with this very, very similar description of what was happening for people who lived in the residential area in Centertown. By this time, anybody who could leave was leaving. I had parents calling me from out of town, trying to get their adult children out of that area. So this was the beginning when people in Centertown, if they could leave, they were, and people who were left behind for the most part, relayed this type of experience to me for 3.5 weeks, and they had nowhere else to go.
And we're just going to look at the video that the constituent sent to you. It's at OTT 30144416. And Councillor Fleury, did you receive similar emails regarding impacts from your constituents?
Very similar daily. Everything that Councillor McKinney is describing is what we were both hearing from any resident that was within the red zone or on the periphery of the red zone, plus a number of microaggressions that are described. People were scared to leave even if they weren't in the red zone, and when they left, there was a number of incidents near the red zone, which created additional anxiety. The noise, the smells, the fumes, nonstop. I mean, I think this email is actually pretty light compared to some of the emails we received. Frankly, people were losing it, and losing it on all, locally on us as their counselor. We were trying to do our very best on the city, on authorities. Yeah, I think this email is actually pretty tame compared to some of the stuff we've received.
Thank you. And so for your ward, did you showed us on the map how far east the convoy was kind of established. Would you say that the noise issues were spread in a similar fashion to where you indicated the trucks were located in your ward?
Yes, as you know, Rideau Street is very high buildings, so the noise did bounce off some of those buildings, creating larger zones, because it is the kind of the winter period, so the noise travels much further into the this is mixed use zones along Rideau and the Byron Market, but into the pure residential zones of Lower Town area and in the northern part of Sandy Hill particularly.
Thank you. And we're going to go to a video provided to us by the affidavit of Sean Flynn that's been submitted by the Coalition of Businesses and Residents. And this is at COA 50132. Yes, 50. And Councillor Fleury, can you, are you able to tell us the location where that video was taken, just based on the surroundings there?
Yeah, that's on Rideau Street, on the north side of Rideau Street, right before you get to Sussex Avenue.
And you walked through that area
Many
during,
times.
okay. And does that accord with your recollection of what it was like walking through that area?
Yes.
And we know from this morning that on February 7th, one of the residents, Zexi Lee, who testified earlier today, obtained an injunction to stop air horns and train horns in the downtown area. Would you say that the noise level improved after February 7th? And if so, did it stay like that, you know, throughout, or did it come back? How would you describe the noise level after February 7th? I'll start with Catherine McKinney.
Yes, it did. It did subside. The horns certainly subsided. There were still some instances, you know, in the following days where, you know, horns would start up again. But overall, we were not getting, you know, that constant air horn from 7 a.m. till 11 or 1 even. It did have it did make a dramatic improvement in terms of the horns.
Councillor Fleury.
Agree.
And I want to just take you to another video, also in the affidavit of Sean Flynn. It's at Exhibit F, and the doc ID is COA 50136. And before we play it, I just want to preface it that based on the affidavit, it indicates that it's on February 12th. That's what the affidavit states, which would be after the injunction. And the affidavit states that it was on Albert and O'Connor. So with that context, we can watch. So based on that, would you say that that accords with your recollection of what it would have been like around the 12th of February in the downtown area?
So I'm not certain if February 12th was the weekend. What I can tell you is that on the weekends, when we would get a surge of people who were sympathetic to the occupation coming into the city, it would become much, much more disruptive, much louder. But also, even though after the injunction, things were quieter, it would kick
Flare
up at times, absolutely.
And February 12th would have been a Saturday. So
That makes sense. It looked like a Saturday, just judging from the video.
And Councillor Fleury?
Yep, agree.
And in terms of any kind of threats to safety, unruly behavior, was any of that type of personal safety issues reported to you, and or did you witness any of that yourself? Councillor McKinney?
I didn't personally witness any acts of violence. I was, you know, I was told about them. I had, actually, it was a friend. It was reported in the media. Was she's 70 or was 70 at the time, and She was at the corner of Somerset and Bronson, and this was on a weekend. And a man who had come into the city, who had flags on him and was part of the surge, the weekend surge, punched her in the face. So that's a friend of mine. It's somebody I know. I didn't know it was her at the time when it was reported. I found out later that it was her, and someone reported to me that a friend of theirs was wearing a mask on our light rail train, was accosted for wearing the mask, and ended up having his nose broken. But that was, that's not something that I witnessed firsthand. Also, we had instances, where people reported back that, they would try to go out, they were circled by people, intimidating them, asking for police help. It just wasn't there. People just felt very abandoned while there was, while this was happening in their residential area, in their neighborhood. They also had no security. Everything was focused on Wellington Street and north of Laurier, and police just weren't responding to the threats that people felt that they were under. So that was reported to me in hundreds of phone calls as I was downtown with people. And just, general lawlessness without any security available for people.
How about you, Councillor Fleury?
Yes, I would concur with the description and give additional additions to the matter. There were detour bus routes that were in effect, that were on the kind of the periphery, if you will, of King Edward and Rideau. And there's an elderly couple waiting for the bus with their mask, who they were stripped off the mask, waiting for the bus, just while they were waiting for the bus. In the Byward Market, on the edge of the Byward Market, we have a Andrew Fleck Child Care Center, where there were a number of incidents, and I believe they had to, I was communicated by the executive director that they had to close. They had reported a few days earlier incidents that were happening, and ultimately, I believe on February 6th, they decided to close for kids and their own staff's safety. There was media reports, and I had discussions with the executive director at Shepherds of Good Hope of the incident around one of the homeless residents who was assaulted and beaten up, and where food was stolen at Shepherds of Good Hope. There were a number of incidents, too many to give you a full description, but there were a number of coffee shops that were remaining open, because coffee is sort of an easy pick up and go environment. And there were a number of incidents where crowds would come into these coffee shops and take over the space and threaten staff. And there were a number of encounters on Rideau Street and in the Byward Market specifically.
So these were all incidences that were reported to you by constituents or business owners? Business
owners, the staff, and we would take that information, ensure that it was appropriately reported to the authorities, and we'd ask for clarification. At some point through the process, we had a liaison officer who we hope, we were conveying that, and we hope that was following up on these incidents, but they kept happening. They kept happening. I describe them as microaggression, because they, it wasn't the punching in the face, but it was all these microaggressions in transit, walking to businesses, childcare, homeless shelters, a number of these incidents that created an unsafe environment for residents and business operators in the area.
And when you say you were forwarding these to the authorities, who in particular were you forwarding these incidences to?
It depends. It depends, but usually it was an official at the City of Ottawa, either someone in emergency services or the city manager, and the Ottawa Police, and that depends as well. Early days, they weren't as coordinated, so a lot of information directly to the chief, and then after that, they created an environment where we were, all councillors, but obviously Catherine and I more so, because we were flooded with communication by residents. We were providing that to the police authorities.
And Councillor McKenney, did you forward also reports that you were receiving from your constituents to authorities, and if so, to whom?
Yes. So early on, I was, not every email. I would, answer emails, respond to emails, try to get as much information out to residents as possible every day. I would consider what residents, what information they needed. So I would respond in that way. It was hundreds of emails for staff who did nothing but respond all day long. Certainly when it was, if it was something that, was being relayed to me that was, criminal, I would forward that to police. But by, a weekend when I just didn't feel anyone was taking the complaints very seriously, and they were just getting more and more what I was hearing was just getting more and more serious and worrisome. I every day I would bundle up emails and send it to who was then the chief of police, police services board, our city manager, mayor, and I would just send it all and tell them, I guess I knew I would be here one day. It was for the inevitable inquiry into what is going to, what will be an inquiry into this. I just didn't know what else to do by that point. I just didn't feel that there was any support available for us.
Now I want to show a video that was part of the City of Ottawa's productions, and it's at OTT 30010436.
That is Parkdale. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, first of all, have either of you seen this video before?
I have.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. And do you know the context in which it came to us in our productions? Do you know who it belonged to or how it came to us by any chance?
Do not.
No,
I don't.
What I want to ask about it is, Councillor Fleury, you had used the term weapons when describing the trucks, and here in this video we see some unsafe behavior. It appears to show a truck driving in the wrong lane against traffic on the sidewalk. Did you observe any kind of unsafe use of the trucks, or can you expand on this notion of weaponizing that you mentioned earlier?
Sure. I was describing earlier the Byron Market, where on weekends there would be the surge of folks, and obviously we're used to protests in Ottawa. We're used to events. We're used to Canada, where 100,000 people come to the downtown core and celebrate our country. There's enough parking. There's parking underground. There's parking in the Byron Market, paid parking. The rules of parking were not followed. People would park in any direction, would park on sidewalks in a very pedestrian area. If you know the Byron Market, it's small businesses, storefronts. It's really clear where you're supposed to park and where is the pedestrian realm. So the surge of vehicles, pickups is one of the aspects, and we saw that in different areas of my community. The Bikers Church in Vanier was one area. De La Salle High School was another one. Along Rideau Street and the Byron Market were other areas. Nicholas were others. So there's those incidents of people not following the rules of the road in pickup trucks, which is a different vehicle, which is a weapon in itself. But the weaponized description to me is really the rigs who take space on the street and make noise through the horns that you've shown in video, the fumes. And I know reading through the evidence, preparing for this, we weren't informed of Ottawa Public Health and the risk to the health, but we were getting a lot of complaints from business operators and residents in the area of the smells, the intoxication of those smells. So the compounding effect of noise, smells, the physical presence, the inability for folks to, in some areas, walk on the sidewalk, walk safely at a crosswalk. We have, like any community, folks with mobility needs, and getting on and off a curb anywhere and everywhere doesn't work safely. So that's the description of the weapon, is that truck took space on the road. The truck itself created an environment that was unsafe for the immediate neighbors and made it impossible for what is our responsibility in terms of safety and well-being of residents and businesses in our community to safely live and be in the zone.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney, I want to take you to an email that you received. It's at OTT 30-17349. And if we go down to further down, okay, so let's see, go down a little bit more. Let's go down to the bottom. Okay, there we go. So this is an email from Redacted. It's a constituent, so it's been redacted. It was sent on February 4th, and the, oops. Yeah, there we go. And the subject line is complete absence of police on Metcalfe, Ottawa occupation. And so this email describes says the occupation is growing on these streets. And then the second paragraph, it says OPS at 9:30 a.m. today said 150 officers would be deployed, but there isn't one in sight 6 hours later. And they are only digging into their Metcalfe stronghold. Do you recall receiving this email?
I recall receiving emails. I can't say I recall this one in particular, but I recall receiving emails that indicated that the residents did not feel that there was an OPS presence in Centertown.
Okay, and if we go a little bit up from here, we'll see that you forward that on the same day to City Council, Peter Slowly, some OPSB members. You copy a Member of Parliament, Yasser Naqvi, Minister Mendicino, and Steve Kanalakis, the City Manager. And you talk about an absence of police presence in our downtown neighborhoods and the ever expanding red zone. Do you recall sending that email?
Yes, I do.
And why did you forward this complaint? Was this part of just a general practice of forwarding complaints on to this group of people?
It was the beginning. You know, this was, you know, the first weekend. Monday, we expected the convoy to leave. It didn't. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, things were just getting more and more chaotic, more dangerous for residents. We were, you know, we were told that there would be a heightened police presence in the residential areas, and it just didn't happen. You could walk around the residential areas, and while the chaos was happening, people were being harassed. Sometimes they were being followed. They, you know, certainly reporting back to me, you know, people who had been, you know, assaulted, and there was no police presence in their residential area. It was just all up at on the hill on Wellington and the parliamentary precinct area.
And if we go up a little bit from here, you say, if you go up a little bit more just to look at the top, yeah, so just the bottom part of that page. The next day, it looks like to the same group of people, and you say, this is the message I received back from OPS, which says, today we had 20 to 25 officers patrolling Centertown, as well as NRT members. And then you say 20 to 25, a friend went out last night at midnight into the heart of Centertown and reported not one visible police presence. We continue to be abandoned in Centertown. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go up a little bit more, you get a response from Carol Ann Meehan, and I understand she was a member of the Ottawa Police Services Board at that time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she says, "So very sorry, Catherine. Wish we had the power to do something besides watch." Now, when she said that, what do you understand? What do you understand that she's saying there, seeing as how she's a member of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
I took it as an indication from the counselor, who was also a member of the Police Services Board, that she was also frustrated with the police response into the occupation.
So when she says, "Wish we had the power to do something besides watch," did you understand her to be speaking about you and her? Essentially, the two of you?
No, I took it to mean the we. I took it to mean we as my council colleagues, we as Police Services Board.
And Councillor Fleury, if we go up, you say, you respond to this exchange now and you say, "No police in Byward Market, Rideau either." Do you recall that?
I do.
And what does this email thread capture the sentiment from constituents about lack of police presence, or some people have talked about this morning feeling abandoned by authorities? What can you say to that?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the date of this, I believe the red zone was smaller and only encompassed sections west of the canal. And police were at the time describing their presence in the red zone. So although we were sharing community concerns on the periphery of the red zone, the reports we were getting back from the Ottawa Police was few incidents in the red zone and presence in the red zone, which our focus was where we were hearing concerns on the periphery. It's not a new issue in Ottawa. I want to be clear, like we have about 99 demonstrations a year. Every time there's a demonstration in Ottawa, local taxpayers of Ottawa lose their local police force to those demonstrations. That means neighborhood officers that are in Centretown, in the Byward Market, in Vanier, are then focused on whatever is the demonstration. In this instance, that was the initial, but it grew into something much more significant because of no actions. There were incidents, vehicles driving on the sidewalk, police nearby not taking action. So it grew into a lot of questions from all of us, including residents and businesses, on what are we in a state of chaos? Who's gonna respond to elements that are happening that we wouldn't tolerate from just living in society or living in our city, and the not to lower the issues of the red zone, but where we were pushing for more presence and support for community members was on the periphery of the red zone, where folks were either living in the red zone, going to shop, or getting out of the zone, and the number of incidents, or the opposite, coming into work and there were incidents. I shared with you in one of our conversations the situation in the Rideau LRT. Rideau LRT is our biggest LRT station, largest volume in the city. Ottawa Police refused to go into the LRT station. I had to get the head of OC Transpo to come and meet with us. She recognized the incidents. They see it on camera. There's a bunch of CCTV cameras through our LRT network. They brought special constables in. She had to go herself and her leadership team in red vests to give a sense that there was safety in these stations because the Ottawa Police refused to go in.
And when you talk of the red zone, what is your understanding of the boundaries of that zone? What do you mean when you say the red zone?
If you go back into official submission by the Ottawa Police, their Twitter accounts or their official communication in the city of Ottawa, they defined a red zone. They basically took a map of both of our wards and would mark the red zone. It started off as being west of the canal and north of Albert Slater towards Parliament. And it grew all the way to, I believe, Somerset in your area, and all the way to King Edward, eastern part in mine.
So that would encompass residential zones. I just want to make sure that we're not separating red zone from residential zones, because it sounds like there were residential areas within the red zone as well.
Yeah,
There is.
Yeah, if I could, at least from my perspective, it was Laurier and south of Laurier where we had no police presence. So I'm not entirely certain if at that point it was being referred to as a red zone, but it was north of Laurier where police resources were almost exclusively focused. And if I could just give one example, and you know, I work very well with our community police officer. She's the head of our NRT, our neighborhood response team. She was my direct contact. And one day I asked her if she would come with me to a building that had an attempted arson with doors taped. Residents were very frightened, and she just reported back and said, I'm sorry, but I'm being repointed to the convoy. So I knew then that police felt their response to the convoy did not include residential areas.
Thank you. I want to take you to another email, OTT 405554. And its subject line is forward update, read trucks back on Metcalf blocking 2 lanes as of this morning. It's dated February 8. And this, if we go down to the original email, yep, there we go. This sender says they are quickly multiplying in numbers with cars now being added since I first saw them at 9 a.m. Here are videos and footage from another neighbor. And if we go down, we see this photo. Are you able to, Councillor McKenney, based on the photo, give a indication of whereabouts it was taken?
Yes, this is Metcalf, just south of Laurier.
And if we go up to your forward, it says trucks and vehicles taking over Metcalf as I write a message to you. And if we go up, I just want to see who you were sending this to. So you sent this to former Chief Slowly and copied Mayor Jim Watson, Member of Parliament Yasser Naqvi, Minister Mendicino, Councillor Fleury, and it looks like some other people, councillors, other councillors, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a response from former Chief Slowly on this email? Do you recall?
I don't recall getting a response, no.
And can you confirm then that the footprint of the convoy in the residential areas, as this email seems to indicate, was expanding over time?
Yes, certainly it was moving east, Metcalf, O'Connor, and then south down Metcalf, O'Connor to, Lisgar probably was as far south on Metcalf and O'Connor that it expanded to. But yes, it was starting to grow at that point. Again, more so on the weekends, but people were very nervous when they seeing that this occupation was expanding onto the streets where they live.
And you observed this kind of expansion yourself. It wasn't just through people reporting this to you.
Oh no, I went down pretty much every day.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And Councillor Fleury, in your ward, did the area of the convoy grow over time, or was it static over the course of the convoy?
It was certainly static in the Rideau Sussex node and along Rideau Street. I'd say east of King Edward towards the Loblaws, the Nelson and Rideau, it did change, I believe, on the 3rd week, and same thing along King Edward near the shelter. When the incident happened, we saw that over time it was the parked rigs were getting closer to Rideau Street, so they they had kind of doubled up on King Edward instead of being a long stretch along King Edward.
Okay, so they were concentrated more on
Rideau.
On Rideau. Okay. So, Councillor McKinney, I want to take you to some videos that you took while walking through the neighborhoods. If we can go to OTT 30053. And if you can just describe to us what we're seeing in this video.
Yes, this is Kent Street. It's late at night. There are trucks idling, constant idling, and the reason for the video was to demonstrate the effect on people's homes. So the clerk's office, et cetera, staff, senior staff, who could see what I was videotaping. So normally the camera would be turned back at me. I would be sitting in my dining room, but I was down on Kent Street, turned the camera around, and while council was being introduced, rather than just sit there, I had the camera turned so that it would be evident to people in the council meeting what was happening on Kent Street that day.
And would that be the February 16 council meeting?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and I want to take you to an image that was also provided in the Najafi affidavit, and it's at COA 50129. Are you able to locate this area or indicate whereabouts this is?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty exhausting listening to this inquiry because they're making it all about the noise and, you know, a bunch of accusations about things that if they actually happen, there should be police reports about it. they're trying to attribute it to the convoy. The one counselor from City of Ottawa restated claims about Nazi flags and Union. What's the Dukes of Hazzard one there from the South? Anyways, the only flag that ever showed up in that context, okay, was a Nazi flag that just so happened to have Trudeau's personal photographer right in the vicinity to capture. Nobody saw it. It wasn't on any of the live feeds. There was probably a dozen streamers streaming live, plus regular people that were doing their own things on their phones right from the beginning of the convoy on January 23rd out west, all the way through the 3 weeks on the ground, January 29th through whatever it was, the end of February, right? So, these people are obscuring the fact that the Nuremberg Code was broken by the federal government and that the convoy was there to restore the rule of law. And the only options we had at our disposal as a people, as a collective, was to send this convoy, along with it, a payload of all of the experts who are challenging the official narrative. The government at that time avoided every single one of the doctors. They didn't send anybody to receive those that claimed to speak on behalf of the convoy. There was a lot of people. There was regular average Joe truckers, and then there was, people like Tamara Litch, and then there was military people like Tom Marazzo, there was a whole whack of people, not the least of which was Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson, and she's actually been doing probably the most work in Canada exposing the truth to people by talking to a large variety of these doctors. And it's just stupidity. They're making it about what happened to them in Ottawa and not what they have done, which is broken the law. And this isn't the first time for Trudeau. This is about the fourth or fifth time he's broken the law. And it's like, okay, enough's enough, enough's enough.
Or residential area in the Glebe, Fifth Avenue, and the other route was along Riverside at Billings Bridge. Through some communication, it was decided that people would go down and try to stop these vehicles from coming in and joining the occupation.